Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism.
You're on, Chair. All right, good morning, everybody. We are back on record with the Curry County Budget Commission, and we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so before we get going, there's a couple of logistical issues today. We had requested if Mr. Christensen could come in this afternoon. He cannot, so he will be here Thursday, so we can continue that discussion. Brad has some clarification issues that he discovered yesterday or through the course of the day that he wants to discuss. So we will plug that in at the end of the day where Mr. Christensen would have been. Okay. And Treasurer Dave Barnes has requested to clarify some information regarding something from yesterday. So I'd like to give him that opportunity right now. He says it's going to take a couple minutes, and we'll do that first, and then we'll roll in the next agenda item. Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Budget Committee. I just want to clarify, Commissioner Boyce asked a question yesterday about requiring 2 full-time people to be treasurer. And I misspoke when I answered the question. I wasn't expecting it or prepared for it. As I've said, since I've started, the treasurer's job is a 60-hour-a-week job. So it's not, my goal in getting my deputy more hours and putting in as a full-time for the budget is more to cover myself and to cover the county with the union. Anything more than 20 hours a week, after a while, you have to become part of the union with benefits and things like that. And I just didn't want this committee to think that I'm saying that it's an 80-hour a week to do the treasury function. It's only 60 hours a week. My deputy right now, she takes off a day a week. She's pregnant, so that's going to be time away. Once she has her baby, there'll be more time away. So I'm not anticipating her being a 40-hour a week employee. I just put it in with my budget because that's what that would be the established rate and pay for a full-time employee. So, but I do not anticipate using that entire amount that I put in for her salary I don't think she'll work that many hours to get that much salary. And I just wanted to clarify that to you all this morning. Thank you.
If I may? Sure. Real quick, thank you for that. All the years that we've had a treasurer here, we've not had that second person, but there is definitely the argument and the request for the deputy and having, we talked about backups yesterday and that training that additional person. I'm here on weekends. I didn't see former Treasurer Crumley here on weekends. Okay, I saw her here 4 days a week, a lot of times 10 hours a day. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what are the requirements and how many people. We look at the budget gap we have, and so that's why I was piercing just a little bit. Thank you.
I'm curious. I understand. I've been on this job for 14 months now. I've had a total of 7 days off, 4 full days and 6 half days. I've not taken a vacation. The times that I have taken a day off, I've had to make up for it the next day by working longer the next couple of days to make up for it. So, that's really all I'm getting. I'm just trying to cover myself and cover the position and make sure that there's somebody who can do the position. And, so that if something happens, I'd like to be able to take a vacation sometime, but I can't do that yet. So that's all I'm really looking to do here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. All right, we're going to work hard to stay a little ahead of schedule today. So believe number 2 is up, and that is Planning Director.
The donut lady herself.
Thank you.
Bribery.
The question is, will it work? I'm Becky Crockett. I'm the Planning Director, Post-Planning Director, and Special Projects person. I think there's kind of an issue out there about what people call me, but that's all right. I want to just thank you first for being here today. I'm humbled that you would take the time and listen to me on our program. I really believe that God put us here together at this time for this purpose, to figure things out, and I hope I can do my best in talking about our program and then answering your questions. First, I want to give a preface to planning, building, and code enforcement. And essentially, we, the 10 of us, are a pretty well-polished team. We focus on, number 1, serving the public. The 10 employees, we work together, we back each other up, we cross-train on issues every day, and we have to. For a week each month, we've been tracking our communications. We track our phone calls, emails, and personal communications at the counter. And believe it or not, we've logged in every day between 180 and 215 communications per day. We hustle, and we have to. The only time we take time out is usually Thursday morning. The 10 of us get together and have donuts, and we talk just to make sure everybody's okay. So I just thought that was important to put that out there first. What do we do in planning? Planning is a mystery to a lot of people. It's all about people's property, so it gets into some very sensitive and legally charged issues. I'm just going to go through and give you a flavor of what we do really quick. We carry out the statewide planning goals. We have a plan in Curry County. We have a zoning code. We keep that updated as best we can. We help people figure out what they can build on their property. We advise realtors and their clients on property listings and sales. We deal with wetlands, floodplains. The planning director is actually the FEMA floodplain administrator. If that person, myself right now, does anything wrong, then the risk is that the county could lose its floodplain insurance for everybody that has floodplain insurance, so it's a pretty important program. We implement the fire setback restrictions. We deal with geologic hazards, review geotechnical evaluations. We implement the scenic waterways requirements on the Rogue and the Chetco. We implement the Rogue Basin TMDL, that's the total maximum daily load requirements on the Rogue River. We manage the work of the Planning Commission, public hearings, appeals of land use decisions. We review and approve stormwater management plans associated with development, erosion, and sediment control plans. We deal with land divisions, subdivisions, lot line adjustments, illegal construction, accessory dwelling units. We deal a lot with illegal land divisions. We estimate there's probably about 2,000 illegal parcels in Curry County. Quite frankly, as a result of the surveying requirements in state statute, which I don't like. We coordinate with septic permits with Josephine County on applications, coordinate with Oregon Water Resources to verify water sources for development. We issue planning clearances, that's the decision document for allowing someone to build on their property. And we write a lot of staff reports. These are reports that are 10 to 20 pages long. And essentially, we have to justify our decisions with the statewide planning goals. It's not a pleasant task, quite frankly, but we do it. We have 2 major goals that have started in this fiscal year and will go into next fiscal year. The first major goal is to update our zoning code for specific reasons. We want to put in place some regulatory requirements for short-term rentals. We want to increase the housing densities inside the urban growth boundary. We were required by Senate Bill 762 to actually implement fire requirements for development in lands outside the urban growth boundary, and we want to allow accessory dwelling units outside the urban growth boundary. Now, for planning, this is a big deal. Because of the statewide planning goals, there's a process. It's called a PAPA. It's a post-planning action. To get through that process, we have to do a series of public hearings through the board. Then we have to give notification to DLCD, any interested party, all the environmental groups in the state of Oregon, and they review all of our amendments. They have the opportunity to make comments. We make changes. Those have to all be tracked. And then ultimately, after the board makes a decision, there's an opportunity for any of those entities to appeal to LUBA that they don't like our changes in our code. So it's unfortunately kind of an ominous process to go through, which is why our code hasn't been changed in quite some time. The second major goal that we have this year and going into next fiscal year is training people up. We need a planning director. Right now I have a couple of hats that I'm wearing. What we have found throughout the state of Oregon is that is an ongoing problem with all counties trying to find somebody that appreciates the local uniqueness of their situation and yet can deal with the stringent requirements that are handed down through the statewide planning goals. So part of our budget, in fact, there's an additional half FTE proposed in our budget, and part of that is simply we need to train somebody up to ultimately be the planning director. We have 2 people that are local that are educated and want to stay here for a long time and raise their families here. So we're hopeful that we can grow a planning director. So as far as the specific issues in the budget, I'm asking for a half increase in FTE, and the rest of our proposed budget is about the same. We have raised our planning permit fees about 2 years ago. However, this June 30th, we're proposing to raise our planning clearances by $100 each to $350, and that should raise an additional $7,000 to $10,000. Another potential revenue source that may happen for next fiscal year is from short-term rentals. The Board of Commissioners has stated a desire to regulate short-term rentals through the land use process to give them protection from a potential voter referendum. The projected fee could be about $2,000. There are about 400 STRs currently in the county, short-term rentals. So you can see the projected revenue from that is about $800,000. Of course, we'd have to take out our expenses. And again, that's also why I'm proposing an increase in a half FTE is to manage those applications that we expect to come in. I think that's all that I really have that is important. I have no idea if you guys wanted to talk about the other projects, housing or forest management. There's not really a budget for those right now, but they are definitely out there for the next fiscal year.
I had a question on short-term rentals. Is there a mechanism in place, or how do you keep track of those, or how do you make sure somebody's not getting away with having a short-term rental and not letting you know?
There are 2 requirements right now for short-term rentals. The first requirement is they're required to have a business license. The second requirement is they're required to pay the TLT tax. That's it. Whether or not they do, that's a question. A lot of short-term rentals we find out about when people come in to ask for a planning clearance or a building permit to expand their structure, and we'll say, well, what are you expanding it for? Well, I'm going to have a short-term rental. Are you signed up with a business license? And the answer is usually no, and where do I go to do that? We could have easily, this 400 number of 400 estimate of short-term rentals was based on information that I got from one of the entities that helps rent these out. That was last year's information. Based on the inquiries we have in the planning department about short-term rentals, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if we had 500 short-term rentals at this point.
One of the other ways to identify is the short-term rental companies by law. I know Airbnb and Vrbo.
Yeah, Vrbo is one.
Are required by law to collect any applicable state taxes and county taxes, and they auto pay those into the county. So when they auto pay those, like economic development, and Miranda will get a list of who's paid in if there's new ones. I don't think you can join them organizations without signing a thing saying that they will automatically deduct and pay the tax.
That used to be the case. You know, people are clever in how they get around paying the fees. Now we have we have management firms that typically have managed apartment buildings and other places for people. Now they solicit short-term rental activity, and they're not required. In fact, that's one of their advertising things, is that they can avoid a lot of those fees.
So what you let them know through a county ordinance is if you do that, you're breaking the law.
Well, we've talked to code enforcement on this issue, and I don't know if you've seen it. We did just put out a press release related to building and planning, and if you don't have your permits, you're going to get caught, because the board did authorize another code enforcement officer. So the short-term rental program, the anticipation is to have an enforcement element with that. So when we run into somebody that, you know, is operating without permits or without paying the TLT tax, then, you know, it's double fees when they come in, and you're shut down until you come in. So I'll just let you see this.
Go ahead.
So if you're just renting a room in your home or a garage unit, didn't really change anything, are we tracking that as well, or?
When we find out about it, yeah, and that would be a violation if they haven't come in to actually get permits for that. At least, you know, and the question is, do they need to have an actual land use permit for something like that? We haven't made that decision, but they should be paying the TLT tax, and they should have a business license.
I didn't see you said there was 800,000. I didn't see that on the sheets anywhere.
It's not in there. It's
potential.
It's
That's the potential.
Yeah. Okay. For this next fiscal year.
Yeah, that would be up to the Board of Commissioners making that decision.
And how much do we have? We don't have anything listed now?
No, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you kind of excuse me. I'm sorry, Chair. Can you kind of explain, you know, how that happened in Tillamook County and why?
Lincoln.
Is that
Lincoln County?
Lincoln
County.
Tillamook area?
I can. The issue of short-term rentals, I'm sure you've heard, is an issue nationwide. Some jurisdictions have decided to put moratoriums in place. In Lincoln County, there was a radical movement to get rid of all short-term rentals, and if you can imagine Lincoln County, there are a lot of short-term rentals. So they put a referendum on the ballot. It passed. And essentially what that referendum says is that over the next 5 years, all short-term rentals shall be eliminated from Lincoln County. So that's a pretty big impact for a lot of people that have made a significant investment in short-term rentals. And we have the same situation here. We have some families that have 9 to 15 short-term rentals out there, and the possibility and the risk of a voter referendum and having everybody shut down would be a horrendous negative impact to the county. The land use process gives you the ability to authorize the use of those structures for short-term rental. A land use permit is not subject to a referendum. Therefore, even if there was a referendum, those people that had a land use permit, that is in perpetuity.
So we have 400 we know about, maybe 500, another 100 we don't know about. Do you know how many Lincoln County had? No?
They were up there around 600 to 700.
Whoa, say that again. You said 6,700?
No, 600 to 700
Okay.
would be my recollection.
Okay.
All right.
If I
Commissioner
may,
Boyce.
thank you. Just, I'm real concerned about staffing down there with the pressure. And, like your press release says, construction season is here, and just keeping the place open and just the daily task. And did I just hear you say one half-time employee you wanted to add?
That's correct. In the planning arena, 1/2 FTE, although I am going to come back to the board on April 6th and ask for a part-time temporary position for right now. And part of that is we have somebody that wants to work here who's very well educated and eager to do this, so a potential candidate for planning director ultimately. And plus, if we do adopt the short-term rental program, we will need additional assistance. but I didn't put that in next year's budget. I thought it's time to wait and see. The other issue that we do a lot in building and planning is we look at what's going on as far as the economy. We had a very slow January, and based on what was going on worldwide, I was expecting that that was the start of a downturn. As this interest rates go up, people are less likely to build. However, we caught right up with our growth from last year, which was a record year in planning and building as far as the amount of permits in the next 2 months. So February and March were especially busy. I think right now nobody's really sure what's going to happen as far as the economy. The stock market went way up today, and oil prices went way down. So the other thing is a lot of people that are coming into this part of the country to build, they have cash, and they're coming from urban areas to get out of those urban areas, especially if they can work remotely or if they're near retirement. So we have quite a lot of pressure in building and planning, but we seem to be keeping up, but at the same time we're cautious watching what's happening with the economy and the amount of permits that get issued.
So, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go. You can finish.
Just, I'm seeing we're hiring some new employees, and I've not been in favor of that, but this is the exception to the rule, and I know you're trying to weigh the whole economic aspect, and I just think there's a lot to be said for maybe even putting it in your budget this year and see if we can get that approved and look for that for both those positions on the halftime. And I think it's low risk that it's going to be somebody we hire and then we're not going to have work for them. There's a ton of work down there, as you well know. So maybe put that in your budget would be my request, as just one of 6 members.
You said the halftime employee is not in the budget, or it is in the budget?
It is in the budget,
okay.
Yes.
And that so as I looked over everything, I saw that there was 1 full-time employee for building and planning. So this halftime employee you're talking about is halftime planning, halftime building. Is that right?
Currently.
Okay, that's how it's budgeted currently.
Currently, yeah, in this fiscal year. And next fiscal year, we'd move it to full-time planning.
When you say next fiscal year, you're talking about the year that we're budgeting
yes.
for currently.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. In the budget, it looked like there was an additional full-time employee in the FY23 budget for building and planning.
That would be Garrett's position. That is to replace the person that we're putting in the planning position. Currently, that
wasn't a replacement, too, wasn't it? I'll look into it a little bit more, okay. But that's what it looked like. That was budgeted, was a full-time position. One extra full-time position split between building and planning.
Okay,
I'll look into that a little bit more.
All right.
The other thing I had, and I don't know if this is the right place for the discussion, but this involves building planning and code enforcement and the split allocation for salary. So maybe a little background for budget committee is when there's an employee in a certain department, we'll take code enforcement that works in where that person's time is split between different departments. The wage allocation gets split between those departments. Typically for code enforcement, it has been 33% in code enforcement, 33% in building, 33% in planning. This year, it was changed, and it had been changed to 25% in planning, 25% in building. But the code enforcement part of that allocation didn't make up that difference. So in some of my conversations with Melvin, he has stated that he feels like his time is split between all 3 departments pretty evenly. And that's where I say I don't know if this is the right place for that discussion, but it is something that needs to be addressed because it is a discrepancy in the budget right now where code enforcement salary isn't 100% of his salary is not in the budget right now.
I just want to make sure you get all the people you need. and now's the time.
Well, I think what's happened is since we've had a very active code enforcement element with our groups, which is vitally important, and we really appreciate working with code enforcement to resolve these issues of violation. I mean, what happens in a violation is the first thing we do is we ask the people to come in and let's try to work with them. Let's see if we can get them through the permitting process. We do run into a lot of situations where what they have on the property is not allowed. We have a situation, one of the marijuana grows, the guy actually had the marijuana grow plus 5 homes on a piece of property with no permits. And the property, it was difficult to get them through the process to allow 1 home. So you can see that that takes a lot of our time as well as code enforcement's time to go back. And on that case, we tried to get this guy to transition some of his homes, they're all rentals, into sheds or barns or something that could be allowed on the property. But it's a difficult implementation scenario, and what we found is that in a lot of cases it requires the sheriff's office, and a lot of times the sheriff's office has a requirement of code enforcement. When we look at splitting our time, the sheriff's office is actually a big user of that code enforcement time, more so than planning and building. So that's where the discrepancy is, and I believe Melvin is prepared to talk about the interest in being a little bit, I don't want to say fairer, but that's what it would be as far as...
That's what we're looking at here. It's just trying to make, if there's a change that needs to be made, we need to make the change.
Yeah.
And just for clarification on the sheriff's office piece of it, though, you said oftentimes they call him to go out and I don't remember how you put it just a second ago, but those issues that they're calling him for aren't sheriff office. Are they sheriff office issues, or are they issues that deal with building code and planning?
They're sheriff issues.
So,
or the sheriff doesn't want to deal with this. They know code enforcement can handle it, and so they call code enforcement.
So what type of issues, again, just to be clear, what type of issues is the sheriff office calling code
I'm going to let
for?
Melvin address that when he gets up here.
All right. Commissioner Pash, you had a comment?
Well, I just want to comment on the half FTE that Ms. Crumley is talking about, and you know what we need to do, and unfortunately in a rural, poor county like ours, is we can't do a lot of budgeting for replacement. Like our treasurer, you know, we can talk about the treasurer's office and having a deputy, but what do you have for a treasurer if he got sick,
right,
or if he resigned? You know, how do you instantly fill that position? And the same is with someone that's an important part of a county like a planner. Ms. Crumley was retiring, and we had hired a planner that just didn't flat work out.
Crockett. That's all right.
I'm sorry, Crockett. I'm sorry.
That's right. He's having a big procedure tomorrow, so he can say whatever he wants.
He's not getting any blood to his brain.
But anyway, no, gone. Sorry.
It's all right.
So anyway, you know, we need to plan for a replacement, you know, and having that person to be able to have that in the budget to come in and train for a position like that gives me a lot of peace at night to sleep and say, when Miss Crockett finally does go on her merry way, that we've got someone that we are sure of that can handle this. So that's a lot of the planning process in both ways, is planning for her replacement in planning. Didn't screw that one up.
No, you didn't.
Had to call me out.
I'm just, for clarification, you said there's 10 people, but obviously when I'm looking at the page, there's not budget for 10 people just in planning. So what departments are you including in those 10 people that are on your team?
Planning, building, and code enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a total of 10 of us.
But in community development, though, there's 6, right? 6 departments, counting.
You know, I lose track on what community development entails. You know, we deal a lot with Monica, who's actually under the sheriff, but she's a large part of what we do in our group. So, you know, and I don't let those boundaries slow us down too much.
Good.
There are,
have that wonderful reputation. So
there are 13 departments in the Community Development Fund.
So that's everyone except sheriff, right?
No, no. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Name the 13 then. We'll be on the same page.
They're actually right on your table of contents.
Planning, building, private septic, right there on your front page, first page.
If you want me to read them, I'll read them.
Just for the public there.
Planning, building, private septic, code enforcement, county surveyor, cornerstone preservation, GIS operations, economic development, county parks, emergency services, aquatic safety, veteran services, and TLT promotions.
But emergency services, that's the sheriff.
But it's part of that fund.
So we're all learning, aren't we?
Yeah.
Very good.
Any more questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a million.
Building. Let's get to building. Garrett.
Good morning.
Morning, Garrett.
So this gets to be my first budget committee meeting, so pretty exciting stuff. So I'll kind of take off where Becky left off, and that is I would be asking in my proposed budget to take over an additional or to replace a position that is already existing. Currently, I pay 40% of that budget, and I'm proposing that it's bumped up to just less than 100% because, of course, there's questions at the front counter, there's phones being answered, that kind of stuff for other departments. So it's not an additional position, it's just an additional percentage of a additional percentage of their salary. And that is one of the things on my proposed list. One of the other big ticket items that I'm going to ask for in my budget is the money to replace a vehicle. I do have that budgeted, and we have a couple vehicles that are at the end of their lifespan, one of them which the transmission is getting ready to go. So it is vitally important that we get that done, and I'm also going to propose next year that we hopefully can replace the other. So with that being said, those are some of the larger items that you will see on the proposed budget that weren't there previously. Everything else is pretty standard. We are doing a few things to put ourselves in a little bit better position. So about, I think it was 2019, maybe, there was a fee increase in my department. And the gentleman at that time just did a 20% across the board increase. I didn't like that at the time. I thought picking arbitrary numbers to increase by was not right. So one of the things I did is I did a fee study. I actually did the calculations, found out exactly how much time it's going to take to do the services, what it's going to cost in fuel and transportation, manpower, admin time, and I plan on asking to increase the fee schedule by those percentages. There is no even percentage. It will cover the costs of doing the service. So I did take that into consideration to rebuild back in a bit of a buffer on my budget. It is not reflected, but it's there. That's why so the budget looks tight, but it shouldn't be if everything goes as planned. But yeah, as far as the 33% of code enforcement, just if I can touch on that, my understanding was there was actually 25% to 4 different groups, and one of those groups being mental health. And when the county lost mental health, then that percentage increased to 33%. So that was why on my proposed budget I had shifted it back to 25% because I felt that I wasn't using more of that service since that time. I am more than happy to go with the will of the, you know, the commission on what they decide on that, but that was my understanding. But anyways, did anybody have any questions on the proposed budget?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I see on the permits, on the one line it says preceding year unaudited, you had 565,000, and then you went down this year. I don't know where you are exactly for this fiscal year, but it seems like it's going down again. Are we actually doing fewer permits, or?
Actually, this year it is. We're proposed to have a record year.
So you're saying here in this coming fiscal year that we're going to have 425,000. You're estimating in building permits, but in 2021 we had 565,000. So that doesn't sound like an increase.
Well, when we wrote the budget, you know, there's months left in the fiscal year. It's hard to project that out. You always want to project favorably so that you have more money to work with, of course, in your budget. But and the thought of being fair, I didn't want to overestimate. So I stayed on the conservative side, and things are projecting out a little bit better in the last couple months than I kind of anticipated. I honestly thought there would be a little bit of a slowdown, and so far there hasn't been as much of a slowdown as I had anticipated. So that number is a little bit lower than what it's going to end up being.
If you guys want to look up on the screen, these are actuals as of the end of February. So in the building department, their permits were at $437,000 on a budget of $450,000. So 90% of the budget, 97% of the budgeted revenue on that line item.
That's for 8 months, right?
Yeah. So let's see, it's 67% of the way through the year at the end of February. They were at 97% of that line item.
So yeah, we could come in at $600K on income for this fiscal year, right?
Potential.
If it holds. If
it holds, right. Yeah. So you could, if things keep improving, you could be, instead of having 425, which you've listed here, you could be well over 600K for next year.
Potentially.
Potentially. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what happened? Go ahead.
Oh, with economic events and you know, the world being in a little bit of turmoil, I can't see that future. So I'm trying to keep it as conservative as possible to with in mind keeping it fair, so that we don't have the bottom drop out and getting ourselves in trouble. So
I understand. I'm just trying to reduce this restricted fund balance of 164. So if we reach our goal as far as the permits, then we can. I assume that restricted fund balance comes out. Where does that come from? The general fund, or
what that restricted fund balance is? It's a rollover in this department. So the higher those, the more revenues they have, and the bigger the gap I'm not explaining this well. If those permits end up being 600,000, that's more money that they will have to roll over into their department. Now, this is one of the things I'm going to talk about a little bit later, but this is a self-funded department. These restricted funds they stay within this department. So it doesn't matter if building permits come in at $5 million.
You can't use that in any other
it
department.
stays in this department, right?
I got it.
And Garrett was right on the history of the code enforcement allocations. I did forget about that it was typically split 25 between 4 departments, and when public health went away, so did his time in that department. That's why it was split between the other 2 or 3.
Just so I completely understand then, we can't use any money that's gained here for code enforcement or anything like that.
Yeah.
No general fund draw out of it, though.
Yeah. ORS 455.210, Section 3, subsection C. states that fees collected by a municipality under this subsection shall be used for the administration and enforcement of a building inspection program for which the municipality has assumed responsibility under its own ORS. So yeah, that's statute that you have to keep it in the program.
But you could use it to contract an additional helper to get, I mean, I don't know how stressed you are, strained you are as covering the whole county, but you could use it to give your additional support to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to see something like that where, we get inspectors out there as quickly as possible to look at what's going on before people do a lot of stuff that's going to present problems to Mrs. Crockett and everybody down the road.
Sure. Absolutely. I agree.
Just a comment. The first 3.5 years that I was here, we had an absolute mess down there until Planning Director Crockett come on board, and then Inspector Thompson. We lost a fortune, and that's when the county, nobody wants to hear this, but it's important. That's when the county was run by county administrators. The commissioners showed up part-time, got full pay. You know the consequences. We lost a fortune down there. It's almost now become quite a source of pride for this county with the management. I'm not saying there's perfection down there, but the 10 people that Director Crockett mentioned, man, their heads are down there working, show up early, they leave late. Again, I just can't say enough good. And Garrett, Mr. Thompson, you have really added to that, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I didn't have it.
No comment? Okay. Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary.
Good job. That's my comment.
First one knocked it out of the park, man. All right, code enforcement.
You didn't know you were so popular, did you?
Oh, I came in right at the right time, I guess. First question is, are we going to talk about surveying at all? Because it was next on our list.
Yeah, we can go there first if you want.
Okay. Well, I can let Barbara go back to work. Just let you guys know, surveying is completed in the county by an admin right now that is all contracted out. One thing I was concerned about when I realized how this was working when I came in here in December was if for some reason Barbara here, and she's my admin too in code enforcement, if for some reason she decides to depart us, or for some reason she retires or anything like that, we have nobody trained in the county to do her job. So it's something that we need to start looking at. And I found out last week through another source that I guess Anthony is kind of in charge of surveying, and he found out that, and I don't know how true it is. So just wanted to put that out there. So we need to start looking maybe somewhere to get somebody else kind of caught up on the surveying department, what we need and what processes we do in the county. The only thing that really changed in the surveying department, and I'm doing this for Barbara, I really don't know anything about surveying, but she said that they do need a new plotter printer. The one they use is getting old, and I guess, how many departments use it? 3 departments use that printer. So if it goes down, it'll be a big issue, and the plotter printer is something that you just don't go down to Walmart and buy. So that's something that really the only thing that we changed with that budget this year.
I had a question on that. So you contract with a surveyor, local surveyor?
He's in Coos Bay.
Okay.
Dyer.
Oh, you do.
Partnership
Dyer does your
is-
surveying?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mike Erickson is the contracted surveyor.
Mr. Pash?
I just have a question. I've seen on your for your payroll in 2021 it was 9,100. Now it's last year or this year it was 6,655, and next year it's basically in line $7,061. But health insurance went from $2,340 this year. I'm sorry, life insurance. All of a sudden we've got $8,700 on that line.
would think that's a Brad question or a Julie question.
Well, it's, whoever's question is,
Give me
but there's
just a
$8,700
minute.
there.
Maybe this will tell us.
And last year it was $8, and the year before it was $11.
They are getting older.
Anyway, something to look into.
Yeah, I'll need to look into it. I'll have to compare last year's worksheet with this year's to see what the change is. I don't have last year's worksheet right now.
Okay. And general services, professional services is up to 20,000 from 11. Of course, 2 years ago it was at 20 as well. I don't see the printer in here though.
Yeah, I was looking.
Printer is probably down to non.
Non-capital, yeah.
What line?
13.
13, yeah.
Okay.
And actually, I think I didn't bring it up here, but I think we're at 22,000 right now for our pro services for this department for the surveying.
Okay.
So I think we're over budget on that this year.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on surveying? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can answer your other question. Looks like, I'm not sure what happened. Looks like some of the numbers came in wrong on the surveyor. Okay. Some of those numbers are wrong on the payroll portion of it. So I'll get that changed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to code.
Can I go back to survey, just so I understand? So we collect, it says we collect 20,000 from other parties for surveying, and then we spend that for surveying. Is that just how you budgeted it?
So the surveyor fees, I don't exactly know where the surveyor fees come from, but kind of how this department works, you'll see the surveyor fees at 20,000, and then down here you see $34,000 trend in from Cornerstone Preservation. So Cornerstone Preservation is a department here. Let's pull it up. Cornerstone Preservation is a department that also receives fees from, I think it's a portion of closing cost fees or something, some type of real estate fee that goes into this department. And then the surveyor uses those funds for what is needed in that department, whether it's a new plotter, whether it's a contacted Dyer Partnership to have them do some type of survey project. They essentially get paid out of this Cornerstone Preservation Department. So it backfills the surveyor department.
And that's, just so you know, that's a restricted fund.
Yeah,
So.
I was just curious. So
So there is no draw on the general fund in this department, and there won't be as long as the fees that are received into the Cornerstone Preservation Department exceed what goes out of the county surveyor department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Giddy up.
All right, so did a little backstory on myself. For the budget committee, I started December 13th of this last year for code enforcement. So a lot of the stuff is just, I'm going off what the numbers were last year. Where I needed to change and do a little change I did. Really the biggest numbers I changed was animal services. We dropped that down by $5,000 from last year's budget. Right now we're about $1,004, so I might be able to drop that down. That's for if we have a sick animal or an animal we need to euthanize in the field. We have no means to do that ourselves, so we have to take it to a vet. Or if we pick a dog up that needs vet care, that's what that is, and any other services for animal. abatement expense was $15,000 last year. I raised it up to $20,000 because right now we're probably over budget on the abatement, and that's removing vehicles, trash from certain properties that we need to do as code enforcement that we can't give to the general public to respond. Then I did put $1,000 for training, because that's one thing that I noticed here when I first showed up. We had no training for code enforcement, none at all. So it's something that we lack of very much. Being an old-time animal control officer is something we need for animal control / code enforcement. So right now I just did $1,000 just to kind of get us where we can get some basic books and stuff to update our policies and procedures. Another change that I noticed was computer software. I budgeted $17,000. The software we do use is called GovPilot. Multiple departments use that. We might have a little bit more expenditure this year with that, if a couple things happen for in the planning department, but right now I'm just gonna leave that there. We can address that if that ordinances go through and not. Other than that, that's all I have.
Commissioner Pash.
And just so the committee is aware, I'm of course liaison with code enforcement. You'll see that his payroll has gone up. We had to hire another code enforcement officer because of the shortages that we're having. He's in South County and at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we get a call in North County. Much like the sheriff's department, we just don't have coverage for it. So the board did approve another employee to bring in because code enforcement has just been absolutely overwhelmed. Because it's not only animals, it's also actual code enforcement. And like the marijuana grows and all that stuff. Code enforcement responds to all those kind of calls. They respond to the homeowner that calls in and says, my neighbor's building something that's illegal. He's the first person to go check on that and then report to planning and building. So I personally have never seen a county of this size run on 2 people, and luckily the board did vote for a 3rd. But we did also approve a dog license fees and vacant properties fees and all that we believe, and you'll see some of that in the budget for next year. I personally believe that if it is done right, and Mr. Trover is working on that language right now, that will I believe that code enforcement will become self-sustained with no general fund draw, because I didn't even know that in the county you had to have a dog license. I know in cities you have to have a dog license, but I've lived here for 14 years, didn't know I had to have a dog license in the county. I think if people realize that, these animal license fees and Mel's got a great reason to, one of the great reasons to having a license fees is if your cat gets lost, your dog gets lost, we know who to bring him back to because he has a license, he has a collar and a tag. And then the vacant property fees that we had put in, they were never really defined by the office, and county council, this board and code enforcement defined all that this year. So I think last year we got $200 and some.
Yeah.
This year we're looking to gain substantial funding for that. So again, it may not come out to a break even, but I think that you'll see that the fund draw will be greatly reduced for next year's budget. But again, I think Mr. Trover's being conservative in the 380 or the 285 draw. I think that can be narrowed greatly. That's all I have.
Go ahead, Brad.
I just had a couple small questions. The animal fee cost that's budgeted at $2,500 in revenues. Doesn't look like historically we've had any of that. What is that?
That's impound fees and stuff at the shelter. They pay us. They pay us. It's going up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a hard subject to really find out what it was, because I noticed before a lot of the impound fees when somebody released a dog, we never received it in the past. So we're defining everything with the shelter and stuff, and we are getting them fees transferred to us each month now.
Okay, so is that kind of one of those offsetting fees? Then?
Yeah,
Because
so
we're,
like if
we're paying them, and then, okay. I
yeah,
see.
so if your dog gets impounded, you come down, you prove that you're rabies, you're got a dog license, you still have to pay $50, and that goes. And usually they'll handle that a lot of times for us because we're so busy. Then they'll transfer the money at the end of the month to us. So, but we got it documented now, and we're making sure. Before, in the past, we're not for sure if that money was coming to us or not, and I couldn't. After looking at the bill, I couldn't figure it out.
Okay. And then one other small question on your cell phone expense. You, I think you have 4 cell phones down in your department, right?
We have.
Or budgeting for 4.
Budgeting for 4, and we have 2 hotspots, and probably. I need to see if we really need the hotspots because we can actually use our phones now for hotspots too.
Okay. I think we might need to bump that budget number up a little bit. But okay, that's all I have.
I got some questions. Abatement expense, this is basically dump runs that you're doing, or?
Anytime we have a vehicle that's in county right away and it's abandoned, we have to tow it. Tow companies won't tow RVs for free and the bigger vehicles because it costs them money to do that job. So this was allocated for that / debris. Sometimes we need some debris. Like right now, I had a $4,300 bid to remove a burnt trailer on the Sixes River, milepost 6, and it's right on the county right away. I'm not going to pay the $4,300, so I had the road department. It's going to help me out. Rich, with the road department, is going to send one of his crews. So we still have to get rid of that item at the dump. So of course he's going to charge me because I'm using his manpower, but still it's going to be a lot cheaper than having a tow truck company. But an average RV is about $500 to $800 to have it, because the problem is when we tow that, it's personal property, so we have to hold it for so many days. Usually we hold it for 30 days. We hold it at the county shop on Hunter Creek. Then we got to tow it to Wes's Towing for scrap or our CTR to dispose of it. So, and then we got to pay the disposal fee. So RVs are kind of a thumb in our side.
Yeah, there's a reason RV parks don't let the old ones.
Yeah.
And on a further comment on that, we are also working right now, there is an Oregon law in place that we can bill the last registered owner. So if you had an RV and you just abandon it, the county, after we tow it and store it or whatever those fees are, we can go back to the last registered owner. So I would suggest to everyone out there, if you're getting rid of an RV, make sure you put in the paperwork at Salem, because you may get a bill 2 years down the road for an abandoned RV or a car. But that will hopefully go away as well once that process takes over. We will start to bill registered owners.
And professional services, animal services, is that like vet bills, or what is that?
Yeah, that's vet bills and stuff. And I think we could probably, like I said, I started this in December. I'm not positive, but I mean, like right now, in end of February, we were at $1,004 in that service, and we budgeted for $20,000. Now, this year, I'll probably use some of that money and move it over to the abatement part to help out, because I'm already maxed out in the abatement department for the expense. Then if you look down here on, we have, and I gotta find it here, shelter contract fee. We dropped that down from 22 down to 16,000 or 17,000, because that's our contract's $16,668 with them. Now, go back to the pro service animal services. So for some reason, we got to keep a dog for 10 days for some reason, or 5 days. Our contract with Wild Rivers is to hold the dog for 3 days. So we bring a dog down, they hold it for 3 days. Anything after that, they get to charge us $15 a day. So sometimes on a police hold, we hold the dog 5, 8 days. I got a dog right now we're releasing to the owner today. That's 6 days. So we do have to pay that $15. But now we get that back from the owner for impound fees and stuff. But there's some times where somebody gets arrested or a death. We had a cat that we held for 10 days, and the family was trying to get to it, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to charge the family that just had a death, $100 to get their cat out. So we released that. So that's that fund. But mostly it's used for animal services for sick cats or sick dogs or euthanized usually. We just had a call not too long ago. A cat was hit in Port Orford. We had to go up and grab it and take it all the way down to Town and Country to euthanize. And I mean, it's a sad thing, but in this line of work, that's what we do.
Okay, and the last thing was the computer software. That just seems like really expensive computer software. You said other departments use it.
Yeah, other departments use it. Like I said, I started in December, so to me, it's a little expensive. I know I've used animal shelter software. Usually it's $4 or $5 grand, but right now we use it for business licensing and the vacant property procedures we use. So I still need to dig into that. I just had my first meeting with that GovPilot here last week, and I was, impressed by it. But yeah, it seems like it's awful high. But at this time, that, like I said, I didn't do it. The first code enforcement's one that set it up, and he explained to me it was the best software out there for any kind of government like we do that don't have their own CAD system through the sheriff's department and stuff.
And it's just a monthly fee that you pay?
I think it's actually a one-time fee. It comes out. Let me look real quick. I'm pretty sure it's just a one-time fee. Yeah, because it hasn't. No, it comes out. It's already came out this year, so I'm not for sure. I have to dig into that.
You pay it once a year? I mean,
once a year.
Oh, okay.
I think so, once a year.
A lot of time the county will pay software just one lump sum because there's a discount associated with it. So instead of paying it monthly, save it, 2 or 3%.
But it's a yearly fee, basically.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Thanks, Mel.
Good. Mr. Herzog.
Oh, Greg?
No, go ahead.
So Mel, I was just thinking, so we talked about abatement a little bit ago. Do we have to take it and store it at the county for a month?
Vehicles, we do not. A regular vehicle, you can tag it for 72 hours, and the tow company is responsible for hanging on to it for a certain amount of time. I think that's 72 hours with them.
Okay.
Motorhomes, it's a touchy subject because it's actually kind of a personal item, a home.
Yeah.
So the policy was, and it's not a written policy, it's just what I was told when I first came here. We hold it for 30 days, then dispose of it. To my knowledge, we've never had anybody come and grab a motorhome from there. So it's something that we can look at because it is. I mean, I know for a fact we had 3 motorhomes towed from Social Security Bar this last summer after July, towed clear to Hunter Creek, stored for 30 days, then they towed them back to Brookings to CTR. I mean, that's a lot of...
Right.
And, we don't have no holding facility down in Brookings.
Well, that's where I was thinking maybe, because I'm liaison to CTR, I can get you and I and Luke together and maybe save $1 there. And
oh yeah, for sure.
Because they got some room out there on Carpenterville, and so let's do that.
Okay, yeah, and that's one thing I actually emailed county council here yesterday about. We have no policies in code enforcement. If we can get policies, it'll save us money. So that's something I want to be addressing once we get the third code enforcement officer. I can spend more time in the office.
Yeah, I just addressing Mr. Herzog, because I think the county has an agreement with CTR, and you can negotiate this kind of thing in with your next negotiation.
Don't want to pull it right past CTR if it's going there in a month. So
yeah,
let's just work that out.
Brad.
And then just your thoughts on wage allocation, how that should be split up.
I do my time other than code enforcement for the planning and building is about the same, because they kind of go hand in hand. I do a lot for the sheriff's department when they're really busy. They send me the mostly vehicles, but it's part of my department. So it's hard, and I do use the sheriff's department a lot to help me for certain things, and they do help me out, or I help them. But I don't know. It's a hard one. I haven't been here long enough to see the actual action all the time. So, I mean, do I work 25% of my time, more than 25% of the time for each department? Probably not. It's probably right at 25%. But do I work 25% for the sheriff? Probably not. It's probably a little less than that. But everything I do for the sheriff, he can do it himself. It's just when their 3 offices are in Brookings, I'm in Port Orford, and somebody calls about something on the side of the road, he can do it or I can do it. It falls under code. So there, and plus like marijuana grows and stuff, that's going to be the biggest thing for the sheriff's department. If they have a marijuana grow and there's code violations, I can get on the property pretty easy to find the code violation. Then I go, oh, so that's where they're going to use me the most, I think. But till we get a policy and kind of get a good number.
Okay. Well, on a marijuana grow, they'd write a search warrant to get on the property,
Yeah.
most likely.
Mhm.
And then the big marijuana grow that we did, where we cut all the plants down, that was search and rescue did. I mean, they had every volunteer that
Oh.
was capable up there to cut every plant down, and then load on, load up and take out, and a deputy's got to go with that. So,
But on a code violation, he can go on the property before a search warrant could get issued. He can go
Correct.
on for code violation, and that's cause for a search warrant on the
correct.
violation.
That's a contributing factor to the warrant.
Yeah, and that's how the
Absolutely.
Sixes happened up there
Yeah.
off Sixes Road. It was actually the planning department's the one that found it on aerial photos, and the code went out there. Then it just went that way.
Gotta watch out for Becky. She's always watching.
Mr. Baker?
Uninformed question here. With respect to finding marijuana grows, and the county goes in and enforces and removes it, is there a revenue feature to getting such marijuana onto, with respect to getting it marketable, meaning that there would be money from confiscated marijuana?
You mean selling it?
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
No.
I'm pretty sure there'd be a
That'd be
power
destroyed immediately.
in place to go.
We would rather burn it, I think.
Yeah.
Well, in other words, it would funnel its way through the state mandated codes
Yes.
controlling.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
But the counties only get 3% of that. And the let's see, who gets 17%? Anyway, it's
Well,
a little bit of a sore subject for the counties.
Yeah, and these illegal grows are using pesticides and they're using
Oh, yeah.
chemicals and they're using things that there's a reason the state regulates it.
We don't want to be part of the problem.
But I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but if there are vehicles on the property when we discover the grove, then we can sell the vehicles?
There's a potential for asset seizures with any criminal investigation like that. Absolutely, it would depend on the circumstances of the investigation and the circumstances of why the property is there.
So if they're guns,
Potentially.
cash, anything like that?
Potentially.
Yeah, okay.
And you can even go as far as, I know in my old job, some of the marijuana grows were funding the entire helicopter program. We would do asset seizures on banks, on money in banks and property, and I mean, you can, depending on how in depth your investigation would go, but you got to understand here in Curry County, right now the detective is out in the field in a training environment, and we don't really have a detective right now. So we had 2, then it went to 1, and he's pulling multiple duties right now. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce.
Yeah, just a quick request. If you can, estimate the proportions, the percentages of your time. I know you've only been here since December, but give us that. Maybe get together with Inspector Thomas or Director Crockett. And
it's right now, I would say I do 25% building, 25% planning, 25% animal control, and that's going to go up. I know it's going to go up. And 25% of code violations for like dirt, or not dirt work, but vehicles and stuff like that, debris and stuff that actually code enforcement does other than for planning and building.
So you left out Sheriff's Department, or did I miss that?
Yeah. Sheriff's can be part of the code part. Like I said earlier, everything I do is stuff that I am able to do because I'm not a sworn in peace officer. I can't do criminal cases or anything. I can write a citation for debris or something in somebody's house or vehicles. That's where I step in usually to help them out when they have something like somebody calls in, there's a car on the side of the road on the Sixes or Elk River, and I'm up in that area. I'll go do it for them. It should be going to me anyway, but Sheriff's Department's so used to having one code enforcement officer on duty, and they realize that they're not in the right spot. So they usually send it out to their officers, and they'll refer it to. But we get a lot of our referrals from deputies saying, hey, I was at this house for a domestic violence. You need to send code out here because of this violation, debris, building, or something. So it's a hard question to answer. But I would say probably 10% or less is for stuff that the sheriff's department sends to me, but they could still handle it themselves. But it's just stuff that, since I'm out there, I help them.
So, if just one addition to that, are we allocated pretty close to what he's recommending right now?
I will change the allocation to 25-25 for building and planning and 50% code.
Okay, thank you.
And I think actually the 25 for health was actually probably animal control, because that's, I mean, we do impound. I mean, I worked till 9 o'clock on animals last night. I was on call, so I started at 7, I ended at 9, all because of animals in the afternoon. It was a nice day in Brookings. So, you know.
I had a question on that. So when you say animal control, this is just domestic animals. This isn't responding livestock, wildlife, anything like that?
No, I usually do not respond to most livestock, and that's where I would actually help the sheriff's department. If for some reason there's a cow out, they're not close. Yeah, I'll come. Yeah, I mean, we have some open range issues. They're responsible for it, but if I can help them out, that's where I come in. Because, I mean, usually we only have 2 deputies in the county, and I'd rather have them dealing with other things than a cow.
Commissioner Herzog.
Mel, and you can communicate with the sheriff's office through your radios. You guys.
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah. My radios are on their channel.
Okay.
I hear them. They hear me. Yeah, and I think I have a $10,000 budget line for their services to dispatch us.
That's it.
Any more questions for Melvin? All right. All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we're up to our break now. So let's come back to 10:30.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the Tourism Studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's going to be hard. It's going to take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
letters.
5 letters.
Just think about what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire, prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest.
All right, looks like we're back on the record, the Curry County Budget Committee, and next up is Summer Mathers.
Good morning, Budget Committee. I'm Summer Madison, Curry County Economic Development. I'll be reviewing the budget for economic development and for tourism as it relates to TLT. So, questions, suggestions? Okay, so I'll just get started then. Let's see, economic development is pretty status quo. You'll see that we've had some changes just as far as efficiency goes with budgeting and funding. I'm not sure why bridge lighting's highlighted there, but
They have to do something with it.
yeah. Oh,
To me.
yeah, it was, I think we discussed maybe moving that, but it's,
No, it's a new account in your department.
oh, so we
Before
did
it
move
was-
it.
Yeah, before it was out there.
Brad has been gracious enough to accommodate me in my last minute budget asks amongst all this other work. So that'll be reflected, and I certainly appreciate his attention considering the workload. Bridge lighting's just for Patterson Memorial, and we have an agreement with ODOT to maintain the lighting for the arches, and the ballasts and boxes were replaced about 6 years ago, and so facilities and maintenance is thoughtful enough to go and change out the bulbs in each one of the towers. There's a total of 4. We're down to twice a year, so for the 4th of July, Independence Day, and then again for the Christmas holiday. I did receive a suggestion recently to maybe consider swapping the bulbs out currently for blue and yellow in support of Ukraine, albeit that can be a politically charged conversation, so I'm just going to throw it out there. I think we've discussed it just briefly. Anyways, we have stock with lights, and there's really not a whole lot to be considered in that. One of the things that I did provide is the payroll worksheet in the pile of documentation that I gave you, because you'll see that I'm running the numbers for part-time versus full-time admin position, which I think the fiscal responsible thing to do would be a departmental specialist initially, but kind of running those percentages between economic development and the funds we have available through TLT. If we're going to onboard a position like that, we want it to be sustainable without putting any kind of bearing on the general fund, and so we're working through the sustainability of that, but we are looking to onboard at a minimum a part-time position. Hopefully we can pull off full-time, because our partners at the event center are in the same position as us when it comes to TLT, capital improvements, and being as efficient as possible with processing of those funds. Training and education's gone up significantly, you'll see, and that is because the past couple of years we've just been in recovery mode and not really been able to invest in professional development like we need to. COVID also gave us a really good view of what we need to be more efficient on as far as training and development goes. So that's gone up. I certainly don't even think it'll go up more than that, but we could have put grant writing in that. I think we're working on, so we have an opportunity
I'm smiling.
to send up to four employees to an 8-month-long grant writing program, which is up to 160 hours of training for application of federal grants, which is kind of a big deal. So we had the conversation about what departments would be best served in that, and the longevity of the positions that we might equip with that skill set, and what kind of workforce development could come from that. So I've allocated 10,000 or committed 10,000 without support from the Board of Commissioners, but I will be bringing that April 6th, asking for a total of, what is it, Caitlin, is it $4,000 or $5,000 per?
I think it's 48.
Okay, so it's $5,000, $20,000 investment in grant writing.
In connection with, or mention that? Excuse me.
You mean the agencies and the partners in that?
Yes, Wild Rivers Foundation.
Yeah, so it's Wild Rivers Community Foundation, Wild Rivers Coast Alliance, the CHIP group. Like, our biggest NGOs are really vested in seeing us take advantage of this opportunity. So the responsibility in attending that and what's to come as a result is a huge feat. And we know it's a lot of money to ask, but we also know that the investment long-term for the potential of drawing bigger revenue sources to the county is pretty critical. So we've got economic development, event center, community development, and veteran services lined up for that. And I will say I don't feel like I need to attend the training. I've done that prior through SWOC, but I do want to make sure that we retain the training materials for the county so that they're available to other departments and employees onboarding. Okay, so any questions outside of all of this? Miranda and I are really trying to work remotely, have meetings virtually, so you'll see our travel's not up much more than considering the variance in the cost. So really it says, you know, 2,000, but it was 2,000 last year, and we think the cost of travel and offsetting virtual attendance to things will kind of balance itself out. So event food supplies has gone up a little bit. That is because we're able to gather in person now. We have an event coming up on the 7th of April, and so having those revenues available will be huge in pulling off that event, and you're all invited, so it's going to be great, of course. You're all invited too if you want. Okay, any questions?
I had a question about the tourism occupancy tax. Are you getting to that? Is that the next thing, or
Yeah.
I can hold it? Okay.
Yeah, no, if you don't have any questions on this, we can move to TLT. It's the more exciting topic.
One quick question. This is what we talked about yesterday, and you do want to still move that off, right?
Yeah, so kind of what we were discussing in order to make available, working within the budgets of economic development, which is funded in most part by lottery dollars from the state, and then TLT and tourism through the TLT fund. How do we kind of move some things around so that we can still afford additional staff without, like I said, any kind of bearing on the general fund? And so because we're not looking at aquatic safety as a staffing position, we considered, because it's a program, that we move that into the tourism promotions. That's really what he does for the county, and that frees up the staffing dollars in TLT for maybe a departmental specialist. Okay, so this looks to be the entire TLT program. I did.
Oh.
No, and
sorry.
That's just fine, Brad, because it's not.
We'll go there then.
Because we just onboarded an account for tourism promotions. What we found is that the expenditures we were wanting to track on a more detailed basis for some cost accounting purposes and justifying onboarding staff if needed, and procedures in pulling all of that together. However, that's when I said Brad kind of accommodated me. It was a last minute thing. We were putting everything into other materials and services, and that's just not efficient enough for where we've gone with this program. So I did attach for you a copy of the account with the GL numbers for Transient Lodging. I also, at the very back is a document kind of outlining where that money has been invested over the past year. And so you'll be able to see that we'll line those up with the budget that was just created and provided by the finance director. Also on the very front page, outside of the payroll worksheet, is an overview of TLT. So if you guys want to pull that up and you want to talk about the program in general to start, we can do that and then whittle it down into tourism promotions after that. And if we run out of time, you are welcome to come by the office at any time, give us a call, review the website and the pages, and send us any questions you have, recommendations, things of that nature.
So this is the breakdown of that new account.
Yeah, and there's also, compared to that, is Miranda always goes above and beyond. So you'll see there's an objectives here, and there's some expected expenditures on page 3. We are in the middle of a strategic destination marketing plan for TLT and the best use of those funds, and so we didn't want to get too detailed or specific because we anticipate and look forward to the recommendations of that study to kind of direct how we budget for this next up to 5 years. Okay, so questions on the TLT, sir?
Okay, so you've put on here, on this page I'm looking at up there, 600,000. Is that total TLT you're figuring on? A previous speaker said it could be up as far as 800,000.
Right, so that's a great question. That's actually just specific to tourism promotions. And so those are the details that I've given you on the expenditures and the expected budget based on the strategic plan, just for tourism promotions. So that is the pool of funds. That's the, 35% of the 70%, if you look at the bottom of the page here. And it says promo, and what the current, revenue total is for that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm specifically tasked with. However, our department has taken the liberty of kind of making sure that the program in its entirety, which is represented somewhere else, there. Yeah, we've kind of worked with the finance department and county council and the treasurer to make sure that between the four of us that we're kind of making sure that this is adequately represented and factual.
Which department, Mr. Ruger, which department would be responsible for a compliance officer on TLT? So that would be something you could use in your budget to hire someone to make sure the county is maximizing its collections on licensed short-term rentals or hotels.
Well, as far as collection for TLT, outside of anything being developed newly, we are pretty in line with having everybody licensed, and we're collecting from them. If they're not on the radar, if they're really kind of on the black market, that's the only way they would kind of get around us. And it doesn't take too long because other lodging establishments are quick to let us know. But that doesn't happen too often because it took a while to onboard the requirements for that. But you'll notice the agencies like Vacasa, Airbnb, they want to be legally compliant, and so they are requiring that of their lodging establishments more so than they were 2 years ago. As a matter of fact, we used to be in a mode of catch up with those things, and now it's an onboarding before they actually open up for business. And so that change in the trend has been nice. So we have 95 registrations for TLT in county, not in the cities.
Yeah, Mrs. Crockett was here earlier and said, that there are ways to get around this. And what I'm asking you is basically, is that something in your department as a budget item that you could contract with somebody or have some resource that would make sure that we're not missing those ones that she was referring to earlier?
Sure, I definitely think that's a conversation that we could consider and line out a process or a program. I'm not saying it's not possible. I just offhand don't have a procedure identified for something like that to that extent.
Yeah.
Summer, so you said 95 participants right now in TLT.
Right, for the county.
So, yeah, because Becky said there's 400, maybe possibly 500 short-term rentals. And so that's saying that those are all in the city limits, which we probably is not even close.
Outside.
They have to, but they would, if they were inside the city limits, they wouldn't pay TLT?
Not to the county.
Not to the county. They pay a city and then a state.
But the chances of that that's not even feasible, right? To think that they're in the city limits, or?
These 95 are not in the city limits.
Right. So I'm just saying that 400 or 500 short-term rentals, I don't think they are either, all of them. So I think there's a lot of
the
folks
400 she identified are outside the three incorporated cities.
So it doesn't sound like, it sounds like there's a discrepancy here that we need to.
Well, that hasn't been brought to our attention that I'm aware of. So if that was something that they're identifying and saying they need licensing, they are definitely sending them to us, but the list is not being provided that we approach them or send them information. Yeah. And so that's certainly one of those conversations that needs to be had as far as efficiency and revenue goes.
So you said you had 95 When you say 95, what exactly are you talking about in the 95?
We're talking about hotels,
Okay.
Airbnbs, RV parks. So we're not talking spaces in RV parks. We're talking about one RV park.
Okay.
Those kinds of things.
So then there may be some short-term rentals that are not included in that 95.
Oh, there absolutely could be.
So I think what Mr. Schreiber's talking about is if you had a position that was specific and almost did an investigation, if you will, to determine whether or not somebody was getting away with that, and how many were out there, potentially several hundred were out there that would fall under your umbrella. It might be cost effective to do that and generate some additional money,
What
right?
I'm saying is, I see 196 in contingency funds here that could be used to generate more revenue, more TLT revenue for the county. So, at least on a short-term basis, see how it works.
No, I don't disagree at all. I think if we were going to flush that out, I would like to consider that a contracted service, whereas we're not. The county over the past 10 years has really moved into an enforcement mode and less of the human services aspect mode. When you look at some of the committees and departments that have been dissolved throughout the county, most of them serve human needs, and the social health of our county is suffering because of that. So if we were able to develop that to where it's not such an enforcement piece, but maybe a partnering with the community and small businesses piece, I would definitely be in support of that.
Well, to address that, I mean, there are a lot of people who are paying transit, like you have 95 people that are paying that, but if there's a couple hundred, 300 that aren't, it's not really fair to the 95 who are, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Do you know, Summer, if is there a contract? Is anyone else doing that? Is there a person that we could hire to do that, or a business that we could go to ask to do that service?
I am not aware of somebody doing that, but I don't think it would be difficult to onboard.
So I asked that question about contracting that out because the cities have the same need. And if there was some way that we could maybe partner with the cities to contract that out and share that cost and then hold everyone in compliance in the interest of fairness, it sounds like that might be financially productive.
I think that's a great conversation to have, and leads more into the idea of having a COG and how we can all work better together in maximizing resources and driving down the cost to provide those services.
Yeah.
I will say that as far as our business licensing through GovPilot, that was initiated because code enforcement wanted to have a better handle on who had what going on where. And so we did agree that we would use GovPilot for business licensing. And I believe initially that was the catalyst to ensure that there were not TLT agencies or entities being left out of the process. There is a gap in, like Director Crockett has said, if if it's conditional use or onboarding, the front end of that process, if we're going to maintain welcoming short-term rentals, we need to kind of have a process for bringing them in before it gets to the point of registering for TLT. We don't want to end up like Lincoln County, where we're eliminating 500 of our 700 short-term rentals because we weren't prepared in advance to expect the level of growth. And I will say that Jerry Herbich is their county council, and he used to be ours for about 36 years. So I'm sure he would maybe entertain conversation about what that process looked like for Lincoln County.
Go ahead, Brad.
If the questions are done on that, I just want to explain the TLT, how it is accounted for in the county. So the TLT has its own department There's $1.5 million expected revenues that will come into the county this next fiscal year, and then that entire amount is split out between these 5 entities. Some of it going to the sheriff's office. Well, you can see them there, and then of course, as Summer already mentioned, there's a portion of it that also comes into the new department under her management too. So, and then so 90, and you said 95 entities, and it's generating $1.5 million. That equates out to about $16,000 of tax per those entities, right? Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a lot of tax for 95 entities. So, and then I'll just throw this out there as something that we've briefly talked about, but there is a possibility of increasing that TLT tax as well, which in conjunction with maybe finding missing rentals out there. It's another possible source of income for the county. However, most of that is restricted. Throw that out there too.
I would be interested to know, in other coastal counties, is our TLT tax about in line with other counties?
Very close.
Yeah, we're actually pretty low in comparison. We just recently looked at that.
9%, I think, is the norm.
We're
7.
And you've got 1.5 for the state.
I wonder if any other counties, or cities for that matter, have a mechanism in place to monitor that, or a system that they use, or somebody they contract with to provide that.
Sure, so I think that's probably, well, I can't really say that. How about I do some research on that and then email the commission with the results that I pull from the state.
Commissioner Pash?
I have a question on this year, actually. We went from $1 million in 2021 to 680 for this year, and then $1.6 million for next year.
Where at?
Are we on line 109? Are we really conservative on that number?
No, this is, you probably want to look at line 99. Okay. Those are the total revenues collected. Total actual revenues collected in 2021 were 1.5 million. But when we budgeted this year, we still weren't sure where that was going to end up.
Gotcha.
So we ended up budgeting low. We have a better idea of where it might end up now. And so it was budgeted, this year was budgeted closer to the actuals of the preceding year.
The reason I'm saying that is, of course, because we're looking at the road fund and drawing off the road fund, and I know we're looking at, several $1 million in this year being short, but that would sure ease a lot of pain if that 850 is really $1.2 million, $1.4 million from this year. That would be, we would have. I know this is restricted money. I know that, but the allocation to like the sheriff's department would definitely grow.
You're correct. If we end closer to 1.5 million, like we did last year, then this allocation to the sheriff's office will increase.
So that's a couple hundred, $150,000, $200,000
that could help offset.
So one thing that we had been talking about since the conversation of the special district for the sheriff's department or law enforcement in general, and the potential revenues to sustain that, is that it could potentially free up the discretionary funds in the 30% allocated from TLT. We could be able to sustain the sheriff's office through deputy services, and it may be decided that 95% of the 30% is used elsewhere because it is discretionary. And so if we're looking at maybe using that for the contracting services, it's definitely a conversation to be had. I would just encourage you that if you're going to make some of these decisions, that it's thought out and it's well planned and researched and backed with data.
Good point.
And the one thing that I also want to mention too is I think yesterday, a couple days ago, what's today, Tuesday? So yesterday, there was a question about travel and TLT revenues and how sustainable that will be given the pandemic, and now we have this war and the cost of gas. And I will email to you, I wasn't quite done pulling that together enough to make the case, but we will be okay. What we're anticipating with the strategic destination marketing plan that is being developed and will be available, I would say late April, early May. We are so excited about that because that's definitely the roadmap for tourism promotions and spending this TLT funds as efficiently as possible. But we are anxious to get that because one of the things that we're going to see come out of that is green tourism and the sustainability of our natural resources. And so being mindful of that and trying to stay ahead of that and not catching up to the other agencies and DMOs that have already implemented those practices. But right now we're working on a program to onboard our short-term rentals with getting on board on that with us. Am I rambling, Caitlin? Because I really was just going to be like, okay, and so that's where our grant comes in. Anyway, so Caitlin and I are working on some grants for SOWIP. Commissioner Boyce has been kind enough to look over those before we submit them, because it does come in conjunction with workforce development, the quality of hospitality in the industry that is driving the economy in this county, and really how we can do it right the first time. As we look to revision Order 2002 for the umpteenth time, we certainly have recommendations from a variety of investors in that topic, so that we're not going to update that, but maybe one more time.
Mr. Boyce, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarify the other agencies you just mentioned. I thought you also said NGOs.
Mm-hmm.
Just a moment ago.
Uh-huh.
And you mentioned green tourism. So what are we talking about state agencies?
You mean as I had mentioned in that capacity the DMOs, right?
Okay.
So DMOs are destination management organizations.
I thought you said NGOs.
I said that earlier, and it's kind of, I mean, they could be the same. With any luck, it eventually will be. But so DMOs are destination marketing agencies or organizations identified and validated by Travel Oregon. And so, for instance, the county's been a DMO, I think, since 2015. City of Brookings is a DMO, or at least was when Milliman was there. Port Orford has their own, Miranda, and then we have Gold Beach, and then you've got TSOC, Aqua, and they cover certain areas of the region. So that's what I was referring to, the DMO work.
Thank you.
Just a question for Mr. Bruckert. On this screen, the event center gets 40% of the 70%. Is that mandated, or is that something, a decision that's been made by?
It's a board decision.
It's a board, yes.
When we originally did the TLT, we promised the voters that we would keep intact that number for 1 year. Of course, that was 3 years ago. So it could be a floating number, but that was the promise that we made to the citizens.
What else could that be used for if we wanted to reduce the events center in Oregon? I have no idea. We're going to hear about the fair in a little bit. Is that flexible to use anything for tourism?
Flexible in tourism.
Okay.
Well, it's actually assets, and more specifically capital improvements, which was changed in 2002. Initially, it did not address capital improvements, but then it was specific to capital improvements, which has put a hardship on the staff for the event center. And so that's why we have partnered with the event center and said, okay, look, how can we leverage needs between economic development, tourism, the event center, and to make things happen quicker, because we do want to free up those funds. I mean, they want their capital improvements done, and then we want to free those funds up for something else. But I will remind you that, like the sheriff mentioned yesterday, in a lack of trust for government is why the event center and their board for the fair pushed so hard for the TLT, and I do believe that their advocacy for TLT is what helped move that to be passed, as opposed to when we initially brought it in 15-16. And there was a guarantee in that these monies are for the event center. These monies are for this, and they won't be misused. And so if we backpedal on that, the voters are going to be hard pressed to support us in something like a sheriff's levy or a special law enforcement district if we're going to maybe backpedal on what we committed to. But yeah, there are other options for use of the event center funds, and we are most anxious to be able to free those up. But until we make right the event center, that's been a long time coming. So.
Didn't say I was advocating for that. I was just giving the facts.
Yeah, I just wanted to know facts. Thank you.
More questions? Anybody?
Nope.
All right. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Summer.
Thank you.
Let's see. Who do we have next?
Aquatic.
Aquatic.
We're kind of behind.
So we can skip aquatic for now. Luke isn't here. I can present his later when I present the rest of them.
Okay.
Could you pull those apart just a little bit? We're getting feedback. So we can...
Then County Fair.
Ooh, I'm not too much taller than Summer. Good morning, I'm Caitlin Coleman. I am the manager at the fairgrounds. I haven't met a lot of you because I'm decently new to the position. And then, you know, COVID had a major impact on everybody's life. So this is where the event center stands. As many of you know, there's been some discussion about TLT, so there's a good place to start. But we have a presentation that we plan to bring to both the County Commissioner Board and the City of Gold Beach Board, because they also provide a TLT portion for the event center. And we have been working on a presentation to share where we're at in some of these major projects and the plans to move forward with, and where the revenue streams will come from and how we can use these funds to create the blueprint for us to be self-sufficient, so those funds can be opened up for other uses later down the road. And we do appreciate the support that's come from economic development, as well as the commissioners and all the community partners in these projects. So if you have questions about the budget or projects, feel free to let me know.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Yes, a line item question here. The rents concerning OSU extension, what is that?
So Oregon State University, they rent a building on our property for their offices. And so we get rent for that income.
This particular building is located in Gold Beach?
Yeah, it's on the fairgrounds property.
On the fairgrounds, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What tab are we on?
I'm sorry, we're on tab
19.
18? Top of mine says 18. Your book's different than mine.
But then for
For
the
once, I got
OSU,
there before you.
for the OSU line, we get the $25,000, but then we pay back OSU, and I don't know what the number is right now, but we have a annual due that we pay OSU back, so it's kind of a wash.
The reason I bring that up is that with respect to Ocean Resource Team, a nonprofit in Port Orford, have gotten together with OSU, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. So on that, now obviously past is past, but you know, history repeats itself. But
So our relationship with OSU is mostly focused on 4-H and Master Gardeners. And so it's a great partnership for us because with the fair and the 4-H activities with livestock and their static displays and stuff, that's where that mostly comes to, is for Master Gardeners and 4-H connections.
And the special project, special revenue, what is that?
So that's not one that I have necessarily used since I have started, because when I first started at the beginning of 2020, looking at this budget was very confusing, and trying to understand. There wasn't a lot of detail in what the incomes were in the past for me to be able to move forward with. And so I don't particularly know exactly what it was used from the past. I could go back and look at deposits from a few years before I started to see, but it's not a line item that we are using. And I will say, on the event center side, some of the event income and rental income is hard to judge. Our hope, I have a tendency to budget on the lower side for incomes and the higher side for expenses, because I would rather have a higher income and a lower expense come out of it. And so the anticipation is that there is potential for our event incomes and our rentals to be higher than this. But we're at a point right now with events and activities that we just really don't know what normal looks like still. And so it's hard to put a number on how many people might rent a space, or how many people might show up to an event, or if, you know, up until a few months ago, anything could change up until the day before the event and we would have to cancel it. And so we kind of still live in a little bit of that concern of, we really don't know what that'll look like, how much businesses have available for sponsorships towards fair or other events, and what people can afford to spend when they come to an event, with their incomes being reduced or challenged and the expenses rising. So income and expenses are both hard to judge in this. So I try to budget conservatively with the hope of higher income, lower expenses.
Commissioner Pash?
I just, if you wouldn't mind, maybe let the committee know what, because as you can see, we're all looking at the barn rents, the arena rents, why those are at a zero line this year
Yes.
for next year, and when you expect that to be corrected.
Yeah. So the arena last year had to be closed down for safety reasons and concerns. We've had some engineers come and look at the facility, and the structure itself is still safe for a few years, but we've started capital improvement projects to do a full top to bottom remodel. The roof needs replaced, the siding needs replaced, the electrical needs checked, the fire extinguishers and those systems need to be checked and updated. And so we've had to close the arena to use for the last year. We did get permission to be able to open it under certain circumstances with certain conditions being met for short term. So we will be able to use it for bull riding at the fair this year. We were not able to do that last year. The barn also, there's a lot of things that need updated on that for safety, and then also the way the barn was being run and supported financially wasn't equaling out to be profitable. And so we have stopped doing barn rentals for horses until we get a chance to update and repair so that we can increase our prices to match the expenses. And currently we're actually looking at moving the location of the barn, because we plan to utilize that space for part of the RV park so that we can get more spaces and have more usable space for income streams, and then moving the barn to a different location that still makes sense for use of the arena and horse boarders. We're not sure on a new opening for the barn yet, because right now prices to do that are significant. So we're looking at different options that might be more cost effective.
You mentioned RV park. Is that on there? Did I miss that?
It's not yet. So this is one of the capital improvement projects that we're working on. We're currently in phase 1 on that, and we just have a draft of a layout so far. The hope is that we'll start breaking ground right after fair this year to be able to open next year. We have run some numbers that we'll put together for the presentation that we do with the rest of our. There's a lot of things happening down there right now, but it does, it does look to be profitable.
Yeah.
Well, we.
And that's on the fair, the county fair budget, not the
Event center.
not the event center budget. That's
Okay.
the next your next page.
Thank you. Was the fair profitable last year? I mean,
Last year was not profitable, but it wasn't a huge loss either. Last year we were not able to have the arena events. We didn't have a carnival. We couldn't use the buildings because of gathering restrictions. We just barely missed the window of having to have outdoor masks even. Like, it changed like the next week, I think, again. And then at the beginning of the year, we didn't even know for sure if we were going to be able to have it. And so the time that we had to plan and put all the pieces together was only, I think, 6 or 7 weeks. And so it went over really well. We actually had a lot of positive feedback on what we did have, and it was well enjoyed and well received. But without being able to promote and get, I don't think we had any sponsorships because of the state of the people. But this year we do, I did just secure a 5-year contract for a new carnival. We've got bowls coming back, we have good music coming, and we're gonna be pushing all that information out and sharing and getting everybody to know and making sure that people understand it's Curry County, Oregon, and not New Mexico, which there was a confusion of that last year. You would be surprised. Even one of the local newspapers actually made the mistake of publishing the flyer for New Mexico, which was like 2 weeks after our fair.
I went last year and really enjoyed it.
Good.
I knew it was a last-minute deal, but I thought you all did a really good job at throwing it
I'm glad
together.
you felt that way.
So-
We really are. Our goal is to really be a countywide community partner and make the facility functional and be able to support tourism for the whole county and make things available for everyone. There's a lot of growth that we're facing, but it's exciting. There's a lot of really good things coming down the road, as long as we can get to that point.
This year, you mentioned you can use the arena for bull riding. Are you going to be able to use it for the motor for big trucks or anything like that?
Not this year, because for safety reasons, trying to put big trucks into some of those things is questionable. But also the local group that has put on the big trucks and the races in the past, they aren't interested in doing that right now. And so we would have to find a whole new group to start the program. And then once we've redone the arena, there's concerns about putting something like that into a new arena that can tear up the sides and tear up the floor and tear up the safety barriers and things like that. And so it's something that being considered, maybe if we can find an outdoor location to host something like that that won't be damaging to the facility itself.
The capital outlays that you have here, will that finish? I mean, is that just a step in the process?
Yes, it is
Okay.
very much a step in the process. We've been contracting with a company called Osland Group. They're based out of Grants Pass, I believe, but they have a couple different offices, and the owner has a house in Agnes. The engineer that we've been working with has a house here, and he commutes. And they have, we've done the bid process to get estimates for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 on all the different things. So we've contracted them for phase 1 on the event center and RV park. That process is, I would say, about halfway done. And then phase 2 will be the actual construction documents, and phase 3 will be the construction itself.
So it sounds like you're going to do the whole fair at one point instead of going piece by piece.
There will be pieces because each area has its own needs, but we have like three major pieces. One is the RV park and arena. The second is the convention center up top to remodel and redesign the upper part of the facade, which will include combining Dosha and Showcase into a full convention center that has breakout rooms and an auditorium that really allows us to bring in conventions from across the state and host more movie productions and things like that that can really be a tourism draw and support different things. And then a third is the office building, where we will make an addition to the Oregon State building, provide more rentability for a couple other community partners we have that are interested in renting on the property, and then as well as moving our office space over there.
Commissioner Pash, you had a comment?
And I just want to say also the RV park, once that's open, that's going to be a huge, you know, financial plus for the fairgrounds. It'll that I think by itself will probably self-sustain.
Oh, and then
fairgrounds.
some, yeah.
And then the TLT and everything that the county will gain from that also. What is it, 28 spaces?
A third. Let me see if I can count in my head.
Roughly 30, roughly.
20, yeah, right around 30,
So
35.
that's
I just have.
we're trying to fix them.
Yeah, no.
We're getting there.
Get some Band-Aids done.
I'm a huge fan of fixing up the event center. I know in Brookings, we did the ballparks down there, and that has just brought in so many new visitors. We get,
Yeah.
how many teams do we get? I mean, I don't know, hundreds of teams come and play. We have
It's
dozens of tournaments. And
Yeah.
it just feeds the restaurant business, it feeds the tourist business.
The park's really nice. The fields are great. Facilities are awesome there.
And if we can get a good convention facility here, we'll see a lot of really good things happen.
A huge surge in a lot of things. Yeah, after we had the beginning of last year, we had Sony here for filming, and after that happened, we actually had a couple of other calls with interest, but we did not have the facilities required for what they need. They need a certain amount of breakout spaces and a certain amount of rooms in the same building at a certain size, and that's not something that we had to offer, unfortunately. And so, you know, that's something that we can reach for when we get there, and having a place to. Right now, all of our county departments and all of our businesses have to travel across the state to Salem, to Eugene, to Portland to do all of their trainings, all of their stuff. I've even talked with Rich Christensen about bringing the ODOT training, like they have a convention where they bring all their equipment and they do training on the equipment and things like that down. And the options are there for all sorts of different, we can have AOC down here, we could have Nike come down, we could have all sorts of different things where they have the resources in the convention center, and then we are a destination also, so they stay on one side or the other of the convention for a day or two of fun and support all of our businesses throughout the whole thing. So there's a lot of potential, and we're really excited about it. You know, there's always going to be challenges on the steps to get there, but.
Is there also, I know you're doing the RV park, is there potential to put some yurts or put some kind of cabins on that property?
There is potential for it, dependent on, you know, the cost, and we're looking at full hookups and RV pull-throughs. One thing that we do want to keep in place is those short-term rentals, not a living property.
Right.
And so there is potential if we can find, you know, a good group to partner with for getting cost-effective prices on something like that. I think there's definitely an interest.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
You mentioned AOC, and we did, before COVID hit, we did ODF&W, and a couple others very similar to that. Big hit, but they were only 2 days, so we'll work on getting them for 3 days.
Yeah, and add an extra day everywhere you can.
Or maybe even more.
Yep.
You mentioned we don't know what normal is yet. That's the best line I've heard all week. I mean, it's so true.
It really is. We don't have any way to anticipate what things will look like in any one of our situations.
So we will create normal.
Yeah, that's what we're working on.
Thanks a million.
Has there been any talk of bringing the rodeo back that was here for so many years?
So the rodeo originally went down to Just Bulls and Barrels because of getting enough of the Cowboys Cowgirls down to compete and making sure that we get on the right circuit for them to get their points. And we actually have, over the last couple of years, as we've started to talk about rebuilding the arena and things, talked with a couple different rodeo companies who would be interested in doing not only a summer rodeo, but a fall circuit or a winter circuit also. And so there is opportunity to bring that during different seasons, which would be a huge, not necessarily a huge income producer. Like, yes, there definitely would be income for it, but community building and having something year round where we can bring people in. So yeah, there is definitely room for discussion on those.
Go ahead, Brad.
So I just want to explain the Fair Fund a little bit. The Fair Fund is split up into 3 different departments: the Event Center Administration Department, the Fair Operations, and I think those 2 are pretty self-explanatory. And then we added a new department this year called TLT. What did I call it? TLT Improvement Projects.
For the same reason that economic development did,
Exactly.
being able to separate those funds and really track where they're going and be accountable and have the details needed for where that funding is being spent.
So it was just too confusing to have all that TLT fund money in the operations portion. So we split that out. So, and I've expressed this earlier, a few weeks ago, but I think there's still some discrepancies here on what TLT can be used for even with the new department. Currently, as the order is written, it says capital improvements only, which I don't necessarily agree with, because you can
fix a building, but if you can't run it, then
and that's not even where I'm going with it. For it to be a capital project, it's a dollar amount. Usually that is determined by accounting.
Right.
So right now it's sitting at $30,000. So anything over $30,000, as the way the order is written, TLT can be used for that improvement. But if the fair has let's say a $20,000 improvement, because it's not over a certain dollar amount, technically it can't be used for improvement. The other issue, as Caitlin just pointed out, there were a lot of expenses shifted from the event center operations, a lot of utilities. They were shifted to the TLT improvement projects department, and I'm not sure if legally that's right.
So to address that piece, the way that the ordinance is currently written, it does not work, because it is designated currently for only capital improvements. I have been working with Summer, and you and I, Brad, talked about it at our meeting, about Summer has additional updates that need to happen with the ordinance also, and so we as a team can work with the other partners that have a piece of TLT also on how to update the ordinance to meet all the different requirements and needs that the departments face in the best way without having to continuously update the ordinance. Because the original ordinance before the 2002 update, our funding was just designated to the Fair Fund with following the ORS restrictions for TLTs. And then with the new 2002, it was restricted to the capital improvement, which a majority of what we plan to use the TLT for is capital improvement, because we have about, probably $14 to $15 million of capital improvement that needs to happen. And so that's what our plan is, but we also need to be able to support the function of the event center while we work on those, so that we have the income to cover staff and water bills, because if we don't have those in place, then we can't run the facility anyway. And so we have been having those conversations with economic development in Summer and how to best update that ordinance to reflect everyone's needs.
And so can that ordinance be updated and still be in line with the ORSs to include the support expenses that are needed? And I guess I'm asking Summer and Anthony this question. Can it be?
I believe that we can do that, yes.
And so the ORSs still show that it can be used to support the tourism promotion facility, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then can that be done, I guess, by the beginning of the new fiscal year.
That's where the kicker is if we can get it in place and make sure that the ordinance is updated by the time that this budget would go into effect. Otherwise, we'll have to do some additional moving.
Because yeah, we will have to do 2 hearings because it was an ordinance that changed that. And we may be able to pass this as an emergency ordinance to be able to get it done before the fiscal year's over.
Okay.
Good. More questions? Last chance. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and again, feel free, if you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me. I'm attached to my phone way more than I probably should be. And feel free to come tour the facilities. We would love to have you check it out and see where we're going with stuff. And we will be putting, like I said, a presentation together for the commissioners and the city council. So I'm happy to share that with you guys as well. And if you have any questions or interest in, if you know of any sponsors that want to put a name on a building, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're up next, County Council.
And I'm actually going to defer to Brad. He's going to run over the first parts of the budget.
And I'm going to suggest maybe we do it after lunch. If Chet, is Chet out in the hall?
Yeah, he was. I think he went to answer a phone call just outside the door there.
You thinking put Chet up next?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe just, yeah, because he's here already. Oh.
Okay, so here, let's do councils. So several of his departments at tab 18 are other special revenue departments. And so there's not a lot that goes on in these departments. First one, court mediation. It's pretty, it's really status quo from last year. Next one, state court security. This fund is used occasionally for state.
Waiting on me?
Sorry.
Sorry, I had an important business thing I had to take care of.
Just
hold
on 1 second now, Chet.
I'll finish this up real quick. So it's occasionally used for different security measures over in the courthouse, and it's coordinated with the, what's his title? The state.
Tom Langford?
Tom
Yeah.
Langford, yeah.
Court administrator.
Yeah.
These are all restricted funds
These
anyway.
are all restricted funds, yeah. They don't use general funds. They receive their fees from different areas, but they are self-funded. Next one to look at is Port Orford Landfill Trust. This is to mitigate any kind of issues that we may have at the Port Orford landfill. There are some general expenses in there for the engineers to come out and do their annual survey of the land. If there's, you'll see that there's a $370,000 restricted fund balance. This really is to, if there were to be any lawsuits in the future, this would help pay for those type of things. PEG access. This is money that we receive in from the the cable stations, I believe. Again, it's a restricted fund. Some of it can be used for equipment, broadcast equipment in this room that broadcasts these meetings out to the public. And then let's jump over to tab. So any questions on those restricted departments before we move on?
Okay, so Chet was saying last week he might address this coming up, but the Port Orford landfill the building needs to be replaced, I guess.
That is different. That's solid waste, which which I thought was in here.
Yeah, I was hoping we could skip that one.
Solid waste.
Oh, yes.
So solid waste, that is the fund that we have that receives a portion of CTR's fees that they receive. from the citizens. It goes into this fund. We need to rebuild. We do something with the Port Orford transfer station, so that money will come out of here when that time comes. Any other questions on that?
Yes. Is the land that you're addressing with respect to the budget item on the Port Orford landfill, is that the property that CTR operates? Is that one and the same? It is one and the same. Yeah. And the building that potentially needs to be redone, is that the area where people take their solid trash? That particular one, the one that seagulls like to sit on. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably that one. Okay. Any other questions on those special revenue funds? No. Okay. Let's move over to tab 23. Talk about some of the administrative departments that we have. Okay. Commissioners Department. Now you'll see that the revenues, and this is typical of all the administration departments, they are all funded by the departments that use them. The Commissioners Department, like it says, holds the salaries for the commissioners, which is essentially unchanged from last year. We heard the compensation committee present its recommendations, and so this could increase depending on what the committee and the board decide to do. Expenses for this department have decreased slightly from $19,000 this current year to $15,000 for this budgeting cycle. One question I had, which I think I got it answered, but there is no assigned vehicle for commissioners. Is that correct? Just road pool vehicles. Okay. So that's an expense that will come out. Okay.
So that would reduce, like,
that will reduce their expenses.
the IGS for everybody?
That will do, yes. Commissioner's office to the BOC, that is, again, you'll see the IGSs from all departments funding that department. And this was JJ's position as well as some of Anthony's goes into here for management. Expenses are essentially unchanged from last year. The next one will be a page or two later. County Council's department. Those wages have increased just slightly, which makes sense because of the 3% COLA and the 3% step increases that are factored into these. And materials and services, again, have decreased slightly from 51,000 to 46,000. And then the last one that council is in charge of is IT. We don't have an IT department in-house. That is contracted through Coos Curry Electric. These are the estimated fees that they have for the contract to take care of all the county computers and networks. You'll also see that those overall expenses have decreased about $15,000 from last year. The software, computer software, that is the Microsoft Office system that has most of that is the yearly maintenance on Microsoft Office. And then the principal payments down here, that's for the phone system that we bought a couple years ago.
So
So there's no capital outlays for that department this year?
No, well, they're not in this department. What I did, last year I started a reserve for future capital outlays because the phone systems that we have, this phone system, commissioners, you'll have to help me remember what this was for. It was before I got here. It wasn't for the hardware. It was a software upgrade.
It was a software upgrade. Our software would no longer talk to the phone company software. It was outdated. And they couldn't find any other way to then actually go in and do a full upgrade.
And so I started a reserve last year to replace phone systems and their servers because the phone system, the hardware needs to be upgraded because all of our internet runs through the phones, and it's slowing the internet down substantially, and without that upgrade, then we're just going to continue working slower and slower on with IT, with the internet. That's what I'm told from IT.
Commissioner Boyce, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Director, would you look back and see, seems like it was 2 years ago, we spent $50,000 to upgrade the phone system.
That's this loan right here.
So it was part of the loan?
Yeah.
Excuse me, thank you.
That's right.
Yeah. And that was the software upgrade. IT has recommended the phone hardware be upgraded, among other things, because the internet runs through it, and that hardware can't support the faster speeds and then the needed faster speeds that are available. Anyway, so the phone system and the server has been moved off the IT department and put in non-departmental, which we'll talk about more this afternoon, because what ends up happening if those reserves are in this department, they have a way of, you can see those line items are still there. They have a way of artificially inflating all the IGSs to all the departments. So by moving them off and building the reserve outside this department, it gets rid of that problem. And then when we're ready to actually have that capital outlay, we'll have the funds first of all, and then they'll be moved back to the department, and well, they can't be anyway. So that's all of it for council's. Those are all the budgets for council. Any question on any of those admin departments?
Council?
Nope.
Nope.
No comments?
No comment.
All right.
Chet's behind you.
Chet, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it.
This is the same tab.
Next page.
Chet Brewer for the record. Good afternoon, morning, whatever we're at now, everybody. Thanks everybody for going on that tour the other day.
Thank you.
Hopefully that opened everybody up. Anthony, I don't believe I got you one, or?
Oh, that's all right.
You can share. This is just a list of the projects that we kind of went through and put together and trying to budget for. Just for you guys to look over. There is some additions to this as well that I'll go over with you when we get to that point. But I guess the first thing is, if you guys want to go through and question any of this, the CRM is construction and repair budget versus the OCP occupational budget, just so you're clear on, I guess there's differences in the way they're budgeted, costed.
Say all that again?
The CRM
Okay.
in your farthest left column would be for construction and repair and maintenance budget. And the OCP is for the occupancy budget. Because of the way the budget is done in maintenance, which is kind of odd, I've had to learn how to rework it. We separate it in that way. In some way, Brad would have to be a better one to explain it. Because the way they're billed, Brad, is that?
Yeah, it's just the way we track things. Chet has two departments that he is in charge of. One is occupancy, which houses all of the utilities for the county buildings, as well as general repair, occupancy type repairs. So if you think of it as a landlord, what would you go in and repair as a landlord? You know, light replacements, carpet cleaning, janitorial services, those kind of things. His second department is building repair and maintenance, which houses the costs for projects that are turning or deemed outside of the occupancy role.
Thank you. I'm glad you filled that in because I wouldn't know how quite to explain that in detail. I guess, is there any questions on any of those projects that were outlined before we go to the budget side of this that I can try and answer?
On your sheets, let's see, you have 2,900 budgeted for
that is just for the
repair and maintenance.
Right. Other than that very last one, that's the one you and I never got to. I apologize. That was my fault not following up the roof drainage for 100.
I'm just trying to match this up to what you have on your budget. See the 85,000 in.
It'd be 86,506 combined everything.
Okay, because I thought we had split this out to have.
We did in the
27,000
in the budget side, but I separated these per page, if that makes sense. And then the grand total at the very end, but then in the actual proposed budget that's up on the screen, that's where we actually separated it out. I did not separate it in this. This is just what I created and the maintenance team has created, and even a little bit of John's help in creating.
Okay. So as it stands right now, there's 27,000 in occupancy for
repair and maintenance of the buildings.
Right, and 85,000 in building repair and maintenance for different projects.
Yes.
All right.
So, yeah, so these projects, I mean, you already have your employees, so these are the amounts for the materials, basically, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I am asking or going to come back to the commission in their next commissioners meeting and ask for a replacement of a position that I recently lost, but other than that, yes. Which I guess another thing, going back into my sheet, the creation sheet, a lot of this we would probably have contracted out at any other time. I think I have the staff, or I know I have the staff, the trades experience, et cetera, to handle a lot of this and not have to contract it out, which by all means, it's not that I want to take the work away from the people. It's that they are so busy, we can't get the help. I mean, we're looking 2 and 3 weeks and sometimes even months to try and get somebody in here for a simple sewer issue. When, just training the staff and acquiring the tools to do it, we can do it, which in turn does save the county money, even at, the rate of wages that we pay employees here. You got, to have a plumber come in and start $50 an hour. That's 2 people for my department to go and take care of that. Plus there's the training curve and the learning curve with teaching these employees these other skills that they can use in the other parts of the buildings that we take care and maintain. So I think it's a win-win for everybody all the way around, and it's actually cheaper. No questions?
No, sir.
Then I guess we can go into the proposed budget, and I don't know how you guys have been separating your columns here. That'd be in the admin service fund. Everything, here you go, tab 23. 1 through 28, I have no adjustments or input on, as I understand it. This is all HR employees and or set costs, correct?
Right. Just talk about the expenses, yeah.
I'm sorry, how do I go to the tab to explain 1 through 23, Brad?
It's up there on the screen.
Okay. Then I guess we would go to pro services, number 1. You got the totals on that end, Brad?
These
Same
are your
screen,
budgeted-
both sides.
Yeah, same screen. These are your budgeted numbers right here. So you're using.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong column. Pro services janitorial kind of dropped a little bit for the obvious reasons, because we're starting to do a lot of this work that we would have contractors come in and do. I think 700 was a very safe spot for us to take a stance at, because we have acquired tools last year to do a lot of these services. Pro services general, I kind of left that where it is because there is so many open-end problems that keep coming up, and I want to make sure we have at least a little bit of coverage or backup, if you will, if needed. That would come under plumber, electrician, whatever. That gives us a nice wide open spot. Repair and maintenance of equipment, we're doing pretty good. We allotted a lot of money, or this committee allotted a lot of money to us last year. We've updated a lot of our tools and equipment now, so I'm pretty comfortable with that number as well. The 27,000, obviously we dropped that down considerably, but that was because in the year prior, or was it 2 years back, Brad? I'm sorry.
Or the current year.
Or current running year, we had combined actually admin services fund and the maintenance and occupancy fund all in that one fund, and we kind of just wrote it out that way. We're still trying to work some bugs out of this two department funds that were left in there. Brad's kind of helped me work through that the best we can with our time. So that is why that amount is such a big drop difference. That money is still split in that 86,000, whatever it was, I apologize, 86,506 between the both budgets. So this is just the remainder we use in that side of this budget compared to the other remainder in the other one. I apologize again. 85,000 in the other one. Assigned vehicles is the vehicles that are in our motor pool that have been assigned to us, upkeep, maintenance, cleaning, staff time to check them out to other departments. That's, is that 11? We actually went up with that because we found the fuel prices obviously are changing and continue to go up. And then motor pool below, or maybe I'm saying that wrong, the 400 was for the admin services, the 3,500 was for vehicle maintenance and upkeep. Is that correct?
Yeah, so assigned vehicles they're both the same, but they're separated out by vehicles that are assigned to departments versus your usage on the road pool vehicles.
Okay.
So you have an assigned vehicle.
Yes.
You also use road pool vehicles. It's all based off the same mileage rates. It's just different categories. So.
And that's where the two numbers are different then? Yeah. I can't remember. We went over this. I do apologize again. Brad's tried to school me with this the best he can, but I have a lot of other things on my mind, if that makes sense. Line 14, janitorial. Again, we were given a very good budget last year. We were able to acquire some stock of materials, especially with COVID cleaning, sanitation, grants, whatever funding. So I'm very comfortable with 15,000 with our current status. Other materials and services, that one, Brad, honestly, I don't remember what you told me that one is defined for.
I don't remember what specifically it's budgeted for. And it drops from last year a little bit, and
I want to say that is what we're using if we need specialty equipment or contractors, like our elevator services, fire services.
You're right, it's those services.
So that's where that is, and we've actually come down in that, just simply, we've got everything up and running real good, comfortable with that. One that we did miss that I was going to ask for is 18. I'm not sure how. We missed the equipment diesel. That is to refuel the 2 generators that cover this building and the courthouse and jail. Just, you know, fuel and basic maintenance upkeep. We try and do as much as we can, but the roads department, if something is bad, well, obviously, out of our skill set, they'll come up and take care of, and or we'll call CAT or whoever we need to come in and do so. Any comments, questions on that one?
So do we need to, there's nothing in that equipment diesel, so.
I'll add it.
Is that Bud?
I'll add it.
Okay.
I hesitate adding anything as we're going through this, the departmental process, because it will change. It can change every other department.
NGAs.
Yeah.
RGAs.
And then what they report on is different than what you're seeing up there. So starting this afternoon, I can probably start changing those. But I'll add it.
It was my fault. I missed it. Just trying to get them all, everything done.
Mr. Schreiber, you have a question?
Yeah. On that one, the building and repair construction projects, you have the vehicle reimbursement, the IGS, for $28,000. So did I hear you say you're going to replace a vehicle this year?
28,000. Which one was that? I'm
It's
sorry.
under the building.
23.
It's line 23 under building repair and construction projects.
Okay. That is one that Mr. Christensen told me that he recommended that we put up here, and he was going to be able to relay in more detail. It sounds like it's coming down to the maintenance cost on his end to replace and or repair and upkeep on the vehicles that we do use, including the one that I drive.
So he wants to sell you a vehicle for $28,000?
That would be, and I don't understand the whole detail. They've got some deal through Dodge, as I understand it, where they purchase the vehicle and then somehow turn it back and resell it for that value, if not greater, versus the time it costs him and his department the upkeep of what we currently have.
Well, I don't know. You have $65,000 in contingencies, so my temptation would be to, take the $28,000 out of the contingency.
And honestly, I got to tell you, at this point, especially knowing where we're at budget-wise, I would remove the vehicle. I just, we try and get around and make sure we do everything we can to protect everybody, including Rich. Not having to die his budget into maintaining an upkeep of all said vehicles, and that was just one thing that we discussed. But I would be willing to take it back out.
Okay.
Totally. At this point.
And the contingencies are there for unexpected, just what the terminology says. If we wanted to reduce that by a vehicle amount or something, but
if he's willing to take it out,
yeah.
Didn't the roadmaster say yesterday that he has 3 less employees? Are there vehicles there that those employees were using?
I'm not sure. I don't think every one of his employees uses a vehicle.
No.
But that would be for him to talk about. And I would probably say, and talk about his reasoning for replacing this to Thursday.
Commissioner Boyce, you had a comment?
Thank you. No, we're providing a vehicle, and this has always been an issue with me, for director to come from Brookings every day to work, or 4 days a week, whatever averages out to. And so that's quite an expense. And I've heard that it's because you have emergencies, and I've never really been satisfied that that's been a good representation of that. It's just a tremendous expense. We also do it for the roadmaster, and that just adds up hugely. So that's why I'm asking. I mean, maybe you want to clarify where those emergencies are.
I can definitely clarify. Many emergencies here at the annex. We've had water issues, drainage issues, plumbing issues, electrical issues. A lot of our issues that we get called in for, and specifically me, is over at the jail. You know, we get a backed up toilet whenever they don't have room to move an offender. Cell door doesn't work. Elevator, as of right now, even we have an elevator issue, their elevator down. Stayed here late last night to try and get it up and running. I didn't have to come back in.
But that doesn't require you to make extra trips from Brookings.
If I'm at home after hours and they need somebody to come in, yeah, it does.
But how often does that happen?
On average, I'd say once or twice a month.
That you actually come after work and deal with something at the jail and then go back home. So you would make 2 trips from Brookings to Gold Beach during those days.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of times I use my personal vehicle instead of the county truck because I bring my family with.
And you know, you should turn that mileage in. I would encourage you on that.
When the vehicle was originally offered to me, it was offered either another $200 a week in pay or a county vehicle to use as needed for work and work only. And I obviously chose the vehicle.
Yeah, I just struggle with that a little bit, you know, because it's an expense, and I've voiced my opinion on that.
Commissioner Herzog.
So we supply Garrett Thompson a vehicle, and it sounds like that was part of the employment agreement. But the kicker with that vehicle is, what year is it, Chet?
I can't remember. I want to say 2008, 2006.
And how many miles?
160, 170.
So I think that's the reason, Ed, is that Rich was talking about replacement, because you know, there's a fine line between running the wheels off of it and you know, I think right now it's a time where you can actually take that vehicle and do very well on used vehicles, because
make money on it.
That's all we have right now on the lots are used vehicles mostly. So I think that was Rich's idea when he put this on here as a vehicle replacement, is that eventually, you know, that vehicle will have won't be worth anything. So he's always looking ahead, is trying to make it a viable.
Yeah, so you're saying the vehicle that he's not going, he wants to sell it.
He'd sell this one, you know, or auction it off or whatever, and you know, put Chet in a new one, and then get that rotation. There's actually a rotation
every 3 years
that we can do, and there was a projected offer with a company that, the old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. It worked out that way with not Budget, but whoever the car company was. But
Enterprise.
What was it?
Enterprise.
But there still is a way to do it that you don't want to keep these vehicles forever. Anyway, that's.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that, because there is a lot of them details that Rich has that I don't. Rich and I just talked about it in basics, and he had shown me the numbers of what it's costing him to maintain now versus a new one, let alone the warranties and coverage that come with them new vehicles, and then this turnaround price, I guess, is in some cases more than what we paid.
Yeah.
So it could be a cost benefit.
Commissioner Pash.
We've actually lost some of the benefits for the government financing that we did. When I came in, this is one of the things that Rich and I worked on initially. And so some of those, the depth of what those government discounts were is dwindled. But given the current state of the market, you've got a 2008 pickup truck with only 160,000 miles on it. It's probably worth $10,000 or $12,000 in this market right now. So it's a good time. If you're going to make that change, it's a good time to do it. But you know, the 3-year capital or the 3-year change on the vehicles that we bought in 2019 or 2020, the first year we did this, are worth more right now than what we bought them for. Thousands of dollars more. So if you're going to turn this over, this is what we planned for. The board agreed to do it, and so far, and it's time to turn those vehicles over because the 3 years is up. Right now, it'd be profitable for the county to do that. And it looks bad to the citizen if they don't understand, oh, the county's buying all new vehicles again. But if you know that we sold the 3-year-old vehicles that only have 15 or 20,000 miles on them, for more than we paid for them, and now you're getting new ones.
So the price on the new ones to the county have not gone up that much, is that what you're saying?
That's what well, because we went to Dodge, and Dodge is a little cheaper brand than the Fords that we bought. I think the Fords we bought were only $20,000 or $21,000 when we bought them, and I'm certain they're going to get that or more for them now, because they're all Ford Escapes, nice little Ford Escapes, 4-wheel drives, so, and a couple pickup trucks.
But the kicker is trying to get those new vehicles.
I was going to say that's
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So we'd have to have a guarantee from Dodge that they're going to deliver before we could sell the other one.
So, yes, Enterprise had a great reputation, highly recommended for Jackson County and Coos County, but then they couldn't get the vehicles and fell apart. So that was a big disappointment. We worked really hard on that program, saved a lot of money.
I would like to ask Mr. Ruckert a question. Where are we right now from last year's budget? You all budgeted $282,000 into building and repair. Is that about where you are after 8 months?
Where are we at currently?
Here we are.
No, that was actually the building repair.
So, $73,000 on a budget of $93,000.
Okay, so we're
at 80%.
We're under 80% out of
67%.
So you're saying we're spending more? We're going to
Spending
likely
less.
spend more.
We're spending less right now, because we're 8 months in.
And we've had some rather large projects this year too that were, some were unexpected and unplanned for that we did not do and or cut projects out of what was originally budgeted to do with that money for other projects. Again, it's kind of like going through that tour. We have things pop up daily, which is another thing. I don't know, was everybody done or any more questions in that before I go to the other asks?
Well, we are tight on the lunch line though, so.
Just real quick. Tools, I see you didn't have anything in the budget. Did I miss that for this next year?
We did put in there for tools and, give me just a minute. I think that's the one where we had 9.
It's 1,000?
Is this the one, Jack?
So you're pretty well stocked up now.
We're not doing it too bad. I mean, again, other than these specialty pieces that keep coming up or tools we need to get, I thought we had put, no, sorry, be 16 on.
Yeah, it was 21 last year and it's 16 this year is what he said earlier.
So that's basically hand tools and
Any kind of specialty tool. We've had to buy a core drill this year because we're trying to replace them drains in the jail. That's what I would consider a specialty tool. It's not something we would use yearly. But to save the money on having a contractor go and rent one or buy one. We now own it, so we can do it, we can operate it. Generators, the 2 generators that we have for out working where we don't have electricity available are on their last legs. We actually put $100 into one this year just to get it up and running so we could use it for remote projects. I'd like to see if we can purchase a generator. Sewer machine, our big sewer machine is what we end up using a lot over the jail for the mains. It needs either an update or some rebuild work done to it or purchase another one depending on what we can find. But on the whole, yes.
so 21 down to 16. Okay.
And again, so far we've not used all that, even this fiscal year, and we purchased quite a bit of tools this year with all the different projects and work we've done.
Got a bunch of tools from the parks department had,
No. Yeah.
it's all, you know,
The Pro Press.
yeah, moving that parks department, we found a bunch of tools that were duplicated and that we didn't need to, so Chet's, got those.
And that'll be another good plus.
So you're selling them or just keeping them handy?
Keeping them.
Inventory.
Right.
You know, because whoever
We'll share
died,
them amongst departments.
Okay.
Whoever dies first, or whoever has the most tools when they die wins. You know that. You don't throw away tools, get rid of tools. Can't have enough.
Agreed.
I just had one more ultimately financial request, and this is more so for all of you, but again, Brad, this will be a number you have to put in. Recently, we found that the south side of the courthouse, as we were going through on our rainy tour, is failing faster than any of us thought. And I haven't even had a chance to get a contract. I haven't even had time to go over and inspect it better. I'm gonna have to do something with that side of that building for safety and try and stop the water intrusion. Put a ballpark figure on it. I was gonna ask for $30,000 extra on top of my original budget, just because if it gets to be as big as it's looking, we may have to have a contractor come in and do some of the work, like the eyebrows we had discussed, the structural fascia or stucco, that's failing and cracking. I'm really nervous one of these days we're gonna come in and it's gonna be falling or fall on somebody. And then to try and seal that building, at least that south side at this point.
Well,
And that is a big number, I want you
north
to know.
side too.
I went big. I'll work with what you give me, but.
Yet that's north side too is.
It is the better side of the three sides, let's put it that way, but there's nothing over there, it's walls.
It's just the sheriff's office, his personal office, so I guess.
Well, and then you go look at the backside when we went on the tour there on the exercise unit. That's probably the second best wall, or worst wall, and water intrusion spot. So just something else I guess I would ask that you guys kind of put in there to consider, contemplate. Just one more quick thing, and this is more for the
You already said one more thing.
well, one more thing. I'm good at that. My memory's not as long as it used to be. The position that I would be asking to replace would go back to a 50% covered by the sheriff's office and 50% out of my budget or this department's budget, which again would give them a guaranteed 50% employee over there. My priority is that sheriff's department because it's 24/7. So no matter what you guys decide or how that comes out in the budget numbers, I want you to know that is the priority of hiring that third position I'm asking for as far as maintenance workers, is to give that kind of coverage to the jail. The jail is failing faster than we can repair it. And the tour, I think, showed everybody who didn't know or had doubts.
That position is already reflected in the budget.
In the sheriff's as well, because that's something we went and talked about before this.
Commissioner Herzog, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we coated a couple roofs, this roof, not totally, but the Colvin building roof, and we did this in 5-gallon buckets of Geico roof coating. Has doubled from last summer, beginning of last summer to
$250
today.
to $500.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at as far as doing stuff. It's just the price has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions?
Thanks, Chet.
I really appreciate everybody's time and consideration. I can't tell you how much this means to the department. You guys have done really good about taking care of us financially, and I hope it shows, and I hope you guys have seen the improvements this came from. Everybody here's got my number. You need something else or another question, call me.
Thank you, Chet.
Appreciate it.
Good luck with the elevator.
Well, one more thing. The elevator.
He's working on it right now. It was failing.
All right, so we want to take a full hour. What do you guys want to do?
I'd ask Chair if we could go till 1:30. I kind of got some. Would that be too much to ask?
I'm okay.
Since it's.
Either way is fine with me.
1:30.
All right, 1:30 it is.
Because it's just finance director after when we come back. So
It's just that guy.
It's just that. Just the finance director.
It's just that guy.
Just
so.
him.
All right, we'll adjourn and come back at 1:30.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire. Prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. The first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the fire chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned, as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land, so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart, because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care and stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and blessed the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I prayed that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers, because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset, while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
Hi there, I'm Patrick Priest, Executive Director at CIS. And I really enjoy coming every year to this conference because CIS, we are all about counties. We are owned by counties. We were formed by the AOC. This is a great occasion for us to meet everybody in one place and learn what's important to the counties all across Oregon.
It's the networking. I mean, we learn a lot about the different issues that counties deal with, but it's networking with other commissioners, getting ideas on how they handle situations that is the most helpful for me.
I love my job. It actually matters to me on a daily basis. I used to do a lot of charity, and, you know, in commissioning in Deschutes County, you can make a serious difference. Lots of things have happened since I've been in office, and I feel like it's important to represent the people. I grew up in Eastern Oregon, and I love the residents of Eastern Oregon. The architect of our first house actually had Doris Day as a dear friend and a client, and he would bring Doris Day up the mountains in Malibu to our house as it was being built.
This is my fourth conference at AOC. My favorite part is the fellowship with other commissioners and coming up with solutions with common situations and with commissioners from around the state to best serve our people. My favorite part about being a commissioner in Josephine County is the people that we work with. We live in the most beautiful place, but we have the most beautiful people. They are talented, artistic, caring. We have such a high level of philanthropy and just caring for our fellow citizens, and it's the best place in all of Oregon.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Martha Schrader from Clackamas County, Oregon. I'm the current president of the Association of Oregon Counties. And oh my goodness, I've been president for 1 year, but I've been a member of the Association of Oregon Counties since 2003. So one of the reasons I really wanted to be president, and I've enjoyed it so much, is because I get to know everybody across the state, all the commissioners, and I've been from one end of the state to the other, visiting with them, talking with them, and really getting an idea of how we differ, but more importantly, what our similarities are and what we can do with one another to move forward with good county government.
I've been coming to AOC now for 4 years. My favorite part of serving as commissioner is trying to bring positive effects for our community and our county.
This is my second year at AOC, and the camaraderie that I've found in my Eastern Oregon partners and just the camaraderie of AOC has really blessed my life.
My name is Court Boyce, Curry County Commissioner. This is a collection of people, county commissioners, public officials, well attended from all over the state. You know, I have the privilege of working with a very diverse group of people, different ages, different backgrounds, different interests, but they're all teaming up to solve the problems of our county. And it's just really a pleasure to be able to be connected with and working with those people. And better days, good days ahead for our county and our citizens.
Hi, I'm Joe Dobulskis. This is my third AOC convention, and my favorite part is the networking with the people. And the breakout sessions are kind of good because it gives me something to focus on, a goal where I want the county to be in 5 years when my term is up.
Hi, I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. Our county college class was probably was the best county college class ever at AOC. It was the largest at over 33 members. When you look at the legislature and the power that the major metropolitan areas have, the rural counties are oftentimes left out of those conversations. AOC really does a terrific job of representing rural counties and rural interests, and we wouldn't have the impact that we do in Oregon without AOC.
My name is Joe Burney, Lane County Commissioner from Springfield. My favorite part is eating good food. My second favorite part is meeting with other commissioners, seeing what they're thinking, comparing solutions to problems, learning how nonpartisan solutions really are, and getting ideas.
Yes. Hi, my name is Derek DeGroot, Klamath County Commissioner. So I'm running for second vice president of the Association of Oregon Counties. I believe that our association is perfectly poised to solve problems and bring solutions to Oregon politics and communicate with the legislature about the diversity of Oregon.
I'm Jay Bozovich, and I'm a Lane County Commissioner. And so I've been a commissioner for about 8 years and 11 months. And my favorite part about being a commissioner is this job is different every day.
Hi, my name is Alex Tardif, and I'm a commissioner for Columbia County and currently serving as AOC treasurer in my second year. And the thing I enjoy most about AOC and being the treasurer is the ability to bring 36 counties together to build a state vision, to move our state forward into the future while building a livable, workable community that we all want to enjoy.
sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first step at this posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour.
Harley-Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every state highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35 mile an hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Well, we're here with Commissioner Colleen Roberts for the monthly meeting of the ONC board, which Colleen sits on. Colleen, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your mission and what you guys discuss at these monthly meetings?
Sure. Well, our ONC board is of the 18 counties in Oregon that have the ONC lands on their BLM federal lands. And we discuss everything about these lands. The ONC Act of 1937 is our primary focus, how the decisions that these lands get managed, do they match up with the congressional mandate of the ONC Act, and how we can better educate and help administer the care of these lands for the health and safety and welfare of the citizens that we represent.
I would imagine you discuss things like how many board feet can be taken out of the forest in different areas. Are these things that come up each month?
Yes, well, harvest timber management is a big part of our conversation, as is lately the fire issues.
We're here today with Commissioner Dan DeYoung of Josephine County. Dan, you have an important role on the ONC Lands Board, and we're here in beautiful Gold Beach, Oregon, discussing the monthly matters of ONC. What was your main focus at this meeting?
Today we had a really good sit down with two representatives from the BLM. And we work with BLM because actually the ONC lands are on BLM lands, and that's our concern. Mainly the ONC Board of Directors, which is a membership from all 18 counties. We always meet, I think it's bi-monthly, and then we have an annual meeting. And it's basically to discuss what the sign says, forest health, jobs, and county services. That the money coming from the sale of timber on ONC lands goes through the federal government. They take their share out of it and then return it back to the counties to be used for basically jobs, county services. A lot of county services, such as law enforcement, schools. There's just an awful lot of things that these individual counties can use the money for. But it's from the sale of timber on the ONC lands. ONC lands goes way back to 1937 with the ONC 1937 ONC Congressional Act and the ONC Act of 1937. We're just trying to get back to the actual verbiage and the language that's in that act. It's surprising to us how we can ignore a congressional act. That remains to be answered by the federal government. But that's what we want to get back to.
Hi there. I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. I'm a member of the ONC board and also the chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. And in Tillamook County, it's very important that we consider natural resource-based economies. So in Tillamook County, we have lots of dairy. I'm sure you're familiar with Tillamook Creamery, but also lots of state and federal timberlands. When it comes to federal timberlands in particular, everyone thinks that we're looking at timber revenue, and that's very important. But one side of the coin that people don't consider are the family wage jobs that come with all timber. It's not just the timber receipts that we get. These are family wage jobs. These are fully benefited jobs. Whereas on the tourism side, the income is about a third of what we would consider a family wage job, and there are also no benefits with those. So timber receipts are very important, but it's the family wage jobs that they create at the same time, which are very important to counties like Tillamook.
Perfect. Keeping it real for families in Tillamook County.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are here with County Commissioner Bob Main from Coos County, Oregon. And we've had the monthly meeting of ONC lands here. And Mr. Main, Commissioner Main, I should say, tell us what your role is, Bob, on the ONC Lands Board.
I am the Vice President of the ONC Association of Oregon Sea Counties.
Okay.
Consists of 18 ONC counties, Western Oregon counties.
Okay.
And we make sure that the counties receive their payments from those ONC lands that Congress designated for the sole purpose of those 18 ONC counties. For no other reason, Congress decided that when they took back the lands and took them off the tax roll, that the county should benefit from the harvest of those lands. Without that, the tax rates, like in my county, would be 2 to 3 times higher.
Oh, okay. So you help keep the tax rates down in your county by utilizing the full function of this congressional act.
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are here with Oregon Curry County Commissioner Court Boyce. Thank you so much for taking a moment to speak with us.
Well, thank you. With the natural resource base that this state has, I've spent or spending better than half of my time as a county commissioner on those issues: fire management, public lands management, certainly natural resources, all of those. And so I'm often reminded that 250 years ago, the generations that came before us when they got here to Oregon, include Northern California, they found the greatest forest in all of North America, that produce the greatest watersheds, that produce the most pristine rivers, that give us the most, the highest quality of salmon and steelhead runs, arguably on the planet.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
My name is Judy Miles, and I'm the program director for Ready, Set, Learn. Ready, Set, Learn is a program that Carol Hackerell and I developed several years ago, coming from a site council meeting at our local school district. We were problem solving, something we could do to just help students have a better transition into the school system from the community and from their preschool classrooms. So Ready, Set, Learn was developed, and the focus of it is for children to just have an opportunity to come to the place that they'll be going to school and get comfortable with the setting. They get to have lunch and breakfast in the cafeteria and see how it works and how food is going to occur in their school. They also get to see the classrooms and meet some of the staff that they'll be seeing at the school when they start kindergarten in the fall. We provide transportation for them so that the students who live a further distance away still have access to the program and can still come and attend, and they also get to ride the school bus and find out what that is like when they're going to start school the following fall.
I'm Carol Hackerell, and I've worked with the Ready, Set, Learn program for 4 years. I started it with Judy Miles in response to recognizing that a lot of kids come into kindergarten without a whole lot of familiarity with what the K-12 school is like. We came up with the idea for this program and worked with the superintendent at that time to build something that was available to the community at no charge, to come in, have a chance to practice school skills, get familiar with school staff and school routines, keep the chance to keep learning over the summer and get ready so that when you come into school, you are comfortable and familiar and happy with your surroundings and the teachers and the chance to learn. We're open to any child in the grades that we serve, which right now is K through 3, and we have a lot of children coming from Bandon as well as from the local community. During the Ready, Set, Learn program, kids come in and we start the day with a breakfast, free breakfast. And then they come into the classroom and spend a little time together as a community and during circle time. And then they rotate through a series of activities which are all designed to be fun and engaging for them and to help them get some learning, solidify some learning that will give them a leg up on the next school year.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. our message. Federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro?
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool, used in the right places, at the right time, by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires in the mid-20th century, state, county government, private companies, and even school children worked together to restore and replant over 500 square miles of burned-over landscape. As a result of those efforts, today we have prime fish and wildlife habitat for salmon, trout, elk, and owls, plus camping, hiking and biking trails, healthy growing forests that gather and store carbon, and sustainable timber harvest that supports local economies, funds schools and local governments, and supports thousands of family wage jobs across the region. Without the vision of those state and local leaders just a few decades ago, very little, if any of this, would be possible today. Nearly every year for the past 20 years, we have watched millions of acres of our public forests burned by megafires. We spent hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars fighting them. Yet when the fire is out, a mere fraction of the killed trees and lost value is ever recovered, with little or no effort to restore the burned landscape. What can you do? Contact your elected federal, state, and local officials. Tell them these federal lands and once treasured forests are too valuable to simply walk away. Future generations are depending upon you to take action. For more information, visit us on Facebook at Communities for Healthy Forests.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Make sure you're paying attention.
You're on, Chair.
All right, we are back on. We'll reconvene the Curry County Budget Committee. And Brad, it's all you.
Okay, so back on tab 23, we'll finish off the rest of the admin departments. So accounting, if you look at the expenses there, payroll, the increase that you see in payroll beyond the 3% COLA and the 3% step increases is just a reevaluation of where the funds are allocated. Last year, my last budget, my wages were still allocated to a different department, so that has been fixed, but that's what the increase is there. There's not a whole lot to say on the expenses. You've got the audit amounts in there, the software, overall general expenses, materials and services decreased $5,000. Moving on to payroll. And again, not a whole lot here, not a whole lot different here than the current budget year. Wages fall in line where they should be at. The only thing that's worth pointing out here is this professional service other line. That is in there for a salary study. I've added that in there because there have been a lot of questions about how the last salary study was done, and there have been different adjustments in that to people's wages. And so to mitigate continued changes without any real basis, we've looked into a company. Well, it's not a company. It's I think it's the University of Oregon who provides this service, and that's an estimate on how much it would cost to do a salary study. It's good practice to have a salary study done every few years anyway, and I think the last one was 3 years ago. That's it for the admin departments. Any questions on any of the admin stuff?
Yes. Brad, the auditing line of $78,000, what is the annual, that's an annual cost of the audit itself?
That is the cost of the audit.
Okay, and I gather that's a full audit.
Yes.
I saw on payroll for the proposed, like the road department went up like $13,000, but their payroll's going down. The IGS, I don't know if their payroll's going down, then how are you getting more money from them?
And it looks like, if you look at all the IGSs there, it looks like they are all in line. So there are a lot of different factors that go into these IGSs. One of them, like you stated, if the road department drops their or reduces their expenses, their portion is less. But I think the biggest driving force here is we do have an increase in overall expenses due to the salary study. So overall expenses went from $22,000 in the current budget year to $48,000, which is what's really driving the increase here from 127 to 156,000. Does that answer your question? Because it's not just in the road department you see that.
Right,
It's
yeah.
49 to 62, but general fund department's 15 to 21. So they've increased all across.
Basically, your department's charging them more because you have higher expenses.
Exactly.
Do you have anybody else in your office, Brad?
There's Julie Swift, who runs payroll and HR, and then I have an AP clerk, and Sina, who's retiring at the end of next month, and she's the assistant finance director.
Is she helping you with this?
She does help me with this.
So, okay, I guess that was my question, is like, this is a lot. I mean, it's a lot. And it's like, I mean, I would think somebody else would be looking at it with you, right?
Yeah, she helps me find my mistakes. She compiles the budget books and does a lot of kind of that process.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, she's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the departments and how things have been done and why we do things the way we do them, and so she's be hard to replace.
Yeah.
You're budgeted for 3 full-time employees, right?
Yes. In the payroll personnel department, there's 1 full-time person in there. That's Julie, and like I said, she's doing a job of 2 people, payroll and HR. And then the accounting budget is 3 people total.
So it's 4 counting, whoops, excuse me, may I?
Yeah.
4 counting you?
Between the 2 departments, yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I have another question.
Sure.
You know, we've had these books, Director Rickard, for, Staff Jesuit corrected me, this is my 6th budget, and so we've always had these books, and this year I decided just to stay focused on the screen, and I just wanted your thoughts, and you don't even have to get an answer today, but, you know, maybe at some point if you feel like this could all go electronically and we could save some money there, and that's not a complaint, by the way, it's just the reality of moving forward, and you heard me mention the other day, I really want to see pages numbered so we can all get on the same page, and whatever that takes,
and normally pages are numbered, but it's very time intensive to number the pages and get them to match up with the table of contents, and we just ran out of time this year. We're in the middle of an audit, finishing up the audit and the budgets, so it was a lot of work. Now, as far as going electronic, I guess you could say this is electronic. My plans are to move it off the spreadsheet format that you see here and get it onto a canned software version. Our software provider does offer a budget module. I haven't had time to look into that, but over the next couple months, I'll probably start looking into it for next year's budget. That will save some time. And the spreadsheets are good. They're actually really good spreadsheets. Whoever created them knew what they were doing and did it well. but they are a little cumbersome as we, because we have, when we start off with this process, where you have a worksheet like this,
Okay.
has the payroll piece on it and then the other departments on it. We send those out to the departments, they fill them out. We get them back and then we transfer all that information over to the compiled budget. And some of those processes get a little cumbersome. I think we can save some time there as we move to one of the Cassell's products, and that'll help free up some time to work on some of the other projects that we've wanted to do.
Okay, so you agree that it might be, you look into, determine if it would be valid to just do away with the books and put all your focus on there?
Do it with these hard copy books? I don't know that we'll ever do away with the hard copy books. First of all, and it's possible we can. It's probably been helpful for budget committee members to have the book and take it home, and it is online. You can look at it there, but then they're most likely printing it off, making notes on it that way, because there's not a...
I'll say from my perspective in the past 4 years, having the book was helpful to take home, spend some time looking at, having a first look, and then when you actually get in here, to me, the screen is what's easiest to follow, and you've done a great job highlighting the areas and everything. But the book is helpful. But I mean, you could put it on a thumb drive, or you could put it on something else. It just, as long as you can take it home and have an opportunity to look at it a week or so before we come in here and do this, is helpful.
So I don't know that we'll ever get away from the books, and the cost of the books is really pretty minuscule compared to...
Yeah, but I mean, the paper and the time, that's why I brought it up.
I think the time will always be there, whether it's electronic or paper. The cost you're saving is in binders and paper.
Okay, the only other thing I would add to that, just the year-to-year comparisons are very good too. And I think we're staying pretty consistent with that.
Is there any other questions? We can move on to the next one. So tab number 24. This is our reserve fund. Pretty simple, straightforward. There are two departments in here. One is a payroll reserve and the other is a PERS reserve. Payroll reserve does receive some money into it, so this balance does grow. That comes from the total monthly payroll. The county puts a percentage into this reserve. This is there in case of any large-scale layoffs. We'll have money to pay for those for the unemployment claims. PERS reserve is similar, except it is not growing. It was funded in a similar manner as the payroll reserve, but that stopped a couple of years, I'm not sure how long ago, before I got here. So this is a balance that does sit there as a reserve for PERS-related issues.
Are those restricted?
No, they're not. Okay, the last one I want to talk about is way back at the beginning of the book. It is tab number 12. It's the non-departmental, the last department in the general fund that I want to talk about. This is where all the property taxes go into, and how the majority of the county is funded. You'll have property taxes here. You'll also see the federal monies that come in here, the ONC, the PILT, some other little miscellaneous revenues. And that all totals up to about $5.5 million, which is what we're planning on receiving into the general fund for this year. As far as general fund expenses go, there's not a lot there. In fact, practice settlements and judgments. We don't have anything currently active, so there are no plans to spend that. That could be moved into contingency in case there is something that comes up. This is a section that's a little different than any of the other sections. A little different than what we've really looked at as far as the other departments go. This shows all the transfers, and this really kind of gets into what I want to talk about. So maybe, I'll finish this and then we'll go there. So you can see here, this is showing all the departments that are pulling money from the general fund. They may not be, and this is in addition to those departments in the general fund. We heard of most of those yesterday. The clerk and the assessor and the tax and treasurer, juvenile. Those are all general fund departments. They all draw money from the general fund. These are the other departments that are outside the general fund that are pulling money from the general fund. You'll see that criminal, civil patrol, and the jail aren't pulling any money from the general fund. Well, other than the 5,000. That's because they're being backfilled by the road fund. That's why they don't show up in here. Communications does show up in here at $1 million. So. And then I mentioned earlier about those 2 reserve accounts that were in IT that I pulled out so that it doesn't artificially inflate the IGSs. And I've put them here in the general fund so that they can build so that the money is there when we need the money. The servers are good for about 8 years. We got new servers last year and started building this reserve fund. So in 7 years, we'll have some money there to replace the server, and it won't be such a hardship on the county. Same with the phone hardware, and I think I've already talked about that. So that really kind of wraps up all the departmental presentations. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I neglected to ask, who does the tax return? Is that in-house or?
There is no tax return that the county does.
The county does not do a tax return?
No, it's a government agency.
Okay.
Government exempt.
With respect to nonprofits, there are IRS sections that do hit municipalities, but I believe that there's a sub-rule that eliminates your need to go ahead and file that. But that, at the time that I was doing it, wasn't clear to me. So.
Other questions?
So it looks like your working capital reserve is about half of what it was for last year on that last page.
On the last page? Yeah, so what's going on there is one of the ways I balanced the budget this year, if you look up in the revenue section, last year we started off this budget cycle with $830,000 in capital reserve. To help balance the budget, we used whatever the difference of that is. So there's only $219,000.
$611,000.
There you go. So the idea is that will roll over to the following year's budget, but as you can tell, $200,000 isn't much of a reserve.
Well, yeah, and you went from 160,000 non-spendable to that. What happened with that?
Which one? Here?
Line 4. No, other way. Towards the bottom. There you go.
Line 4 here?
509.
Oh, yeah. I think that was something that just didn't end up rolling over to this year. It was in the budget, but didn't roll over.
Okay. I guess if nobody else is asking anything, communications, so you're up $100,000.
Where at?
Line 34.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, again, that's probably mostly due to wages.
It's almost doubled in 2 years, though.
We can go look at that.
From 587 to $1 million.
So wages are up 100,000. Tourism services about the same. Ready to go back to the other page, or do you want to stay on this one a little longer?
You do a page with all the departments, what the total ask is, and then where we actually are the shortage.
Well, right there is what it is. All the requirements of the general fund, that means all the general fund departments plus any of the others, and any of the other departments that take from the general fund is 6.2 million. And that does not include what is being used for out of the road reserves for jail and criminal. You can add another 4.7 to that, I think.
Just to clarify, I know we've been going over this a couple days now. So all the road funds are only being used by the jail and the sheriff. Is that right? Or
And the road.
Yeah, right.
Jail, sheriff,
Okay.
road, and towers.
Okay.
And that's only because they can. A lot of departments are over on their budgets, but they draw it directly from the general fund, and then because we can, they put it in the sheriff's department.
So if there are no other questions, I have a few concerns that I want to address. And then we can, well, they can listen to it too. So as we've been going through this process, there's been a few comments that have been made, a few questions that I've received that concerns me about how everybody is understanding what is being presented in these budgets. So I wanted to take a few minutes to just clarify what we're seeing here and the implications that it does have. The first one I wanted to address is our current year budget gap. Back in October, I presented a report to the board that said we were $2 million down in the non-departmental budget due to an amount that, I'll just show you right here. For our current year, we expected $2.1 million to roll over. That never materialized. My concern is that because when I presented this, it was heard that we had a $2 million budget gap for this year, which isn't accurate. I've heard some concerns about how did we go from $2 million to $5.8 million. The reality is that that $2 million is just simply what didn't roll over after we started the budget. Okay, The amount that is coming out of the road, that is budgeted to come out of the road fund this year is $5.7 million.
4.7.
Yeah. So if you want to look at it, apples to apples, it's really a $6.7 million budget gap that was budgeted or not budgeted, however you want to look at it, for our current year.
So 4.7 is coming out of the road funds.
Yes.
That
That is
was
what's
budgeted.
budgeted to come out of the road fund.
But you're saying the actual expenses are $2 million
No.
over that?
Well, yeah, I'm saying, kind of, not exactly. What I'm saying is that we budgeted for this current year to have $2.1 million roll over to the current year.
Could you say that figure again, please?
2.1 million.
Thank you.
That didn't happen. What actually happened not sure where my slider went. What actually happened is $293,000 rolled over. So after the budget was adopted with a $4.7 million budget gap, we had $2 million more that was not accounted for, that we did not get to bring over. And we expected $2 million to roll over, we got $300,000. Okay. I just wanted to make that point, that the difference between this year's $5.8 million budget gap and last year is not as great as what maybe as some of the comments have made it sound.
How much are you estimating from this fiscal year is gonna roll over to?
Nothing. That's right, nothing. I estimated nothing to roll over, other than this, as you pointed out, is $219,000 in working capital reserve. We just don't have the revenues coming in that to support the needs that we have.
So what's going to happen on this fiscal year? This fiscal year is going to finish. Are you going to have to grab $2 million from somewhere else? Or
well, the hope is that we can make up for that. The last report that I presented to the board. These are our. What's that?
December 1st.
No, February.
No, it's February.
Excuse me, prior to that.
So due to open positions that we have, we're under budget countywide by $1.7 million. Of that, almost $1 million of it is general fund. So that $2 million shortfall that we started off the year with because of a budgeted number that didn't materialize, has been cut in half there.
well, you had 2.1, and your rollover was about 300,000, so that was about 1.8, and you're saying we're right now almost 1.7 under budget, right? So you're pretty close.
Not 1.7.
You said
No,
your figure up
no.
there says 1.7.
Oh, you're talking, yes.
And that's after 8 months?
That's after, what is it, February, 8 months? Yeah.
Okay.
8 months. So, where did that go? Yes, but this 1.7 million, that's countywide. That affects the restricted departments. And that's kind of the next thing I wanted to talk about, is this relationship between the general fund departments and non-general fund departments, and what effect expense reductions will have on either type. So general fund departments, and I kind of just went over that, are any of the departments that are in the general fund. And you can look at your table of contents and see tabs 4 through 12 are all general fund departments. You got BOFTA, elections, treasurer, tax, assessor, DA, clerk recording, juvenile, and then the non-departmental. All those departments use parts of this $5.5 million to fund their operations. In addition to that, you have the departments that you see down here that are receiving transfers from the general fund to backfill their needs. Okay. So my point is, there are more general fund departments than just those that are in the general fund. So I guess what happens when we reduce expenses to a general fund department? So we heard building, I'm going to use the examples of building and planning that we heard from them this morning. Planning is a department that uses general funds, and they're budgeted to use $372,000. Building is a department that is self-sustaining. You won't see them on this list. Well, you do see them right here, but they won't take any general fund money. When you reduce the expenses of a self-sustaining department, say you reduce the expenses of building by $100,000, that doesn't help the general fund out any. All it does is give them a bigger pot of money to roll over to the next year. If you reduce the expenses in the planning department by $100,000, now you're changing that $372,000 to $272,000, helping out the general fund. Right. And then the effect that has is that money would then go to the sheriff's office to fund their operations and preserve the road fund. So that's something to think about as we're going through this budget process, and hopefully that clarifies kind of what happens with each type of department. Another thing I want to touch on is yesterday, right before we ended, we were looking at this screen here. This, and some of the terminology gets a little tricky. I think we use the term road fund interchangeably for the road department as well as the road reserves. What we're looking at right here are the road reserves, or a portion of the road reserves. Commissioner Pash, you looked at that number and said, that doesn't look quite right, and you would be right. However, I do believe this number is accurate. In the road reserves, if you look in the bank account of the road reserves, we have roughly $25, $26 million in the road fund reserves as of right now. But to get a full understanding of what's going on in that department, we really need to look at last year's budget cycle and see what's happening there.
In 2021, there were no transfers out of the road reserve.
You're correct. So,
if I may, but that's how we end up with $2 million difference.
No, that has nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay.
So, our current year, we had a budgeted amount of $23 million in their road reserves. What actually rolled over was $24.5 million. That's good. But we had also budgeted, as we talked about just a minute ago, $4.7 million to come out of the road reserves for this current budget year. That would leave $18 million to roll over to our the budget year to FY23, the budget year we're currently working with. So when you come back over here and look at this number that Rich put in, $20 million, it isn't low.
But don't you have the road fund to be replenished I think it's $2.5 million in 2022.
The road reserves, this road capital improvement department does not get replenished by that. I'm assuming you're talking about the fuel tax. That goes into the road operational department. This is the big fund that Rich uses for all of his expenses. And so that money essentially is already budgeted. Okay. Now the difference between this $20 million and what's in the bank is, like I said, what's expected to budget to go out. But this here in Rich's operational department is still part of the road reserves. So there's $2 million sitting there that are part of the road reserves. Is that all making sense so far? Am I explaining it well?
I just have one question, if I may. You said the 4.7, that's for the current year.
Correct.
So the 5.8 is the gap for the next fiscal year.
Yes, the FY23 that we're in these meetings for.
I'm following you. Thank you.
Okay. So I wanted to explain that so that everybody understands why this number is $20 million, wherever it went, why that number is $20 million. Now what will affect that is if these amounts here that are budgeted for a current fiscal year are not used. And it seemed like in the conversations that we had with Rich yesterday, it seemed like a lot of what he was planning to use out of the road fund reserves was not going to be used. He had budgeted a lot of this capital outlay, and it didn't sound like that was going to be used. And so far, if you look at the revenue and expenses,
That was projected money, not actual money.
right, and we're looking at the actual right now.
Right.
Of that $3.4 million that, well, Rich had $3.5 million budgeted to use for capital improvement or capital outlays. $500,000 of that had been used as of the end of February.
Because the projects haven't been done.
Yeah, because it sounded like a lot of the projects didn't really come through.
That's almost $3 million right there that he hasn't used, that was budgeted.
So most likely, this amount of that $2.4 million that he was budgeted to use isn't going to happen.
Which puts the road funds back to
$20, $21 million.
From the 18.
From the 18.
Thank you.
You said that we're from this current year, we've spent $2 million less than was budgeted. That was overall, but how much of that is actually general fund and how much of that is road?
And which
funds?
are you talking this $2 million right here?
When you talked about it was 5 minutes ago, I guess, but you showed what we've spent so far in the first 8 months of this year, and
For payroll.
For payroll. So is that the majority of that 2 million, or was it 1.6, 1.7? Yeah. Okay, 1.7. Do you know? Is that just out of the general fund, or is some of that road funds that were going to be spent for payroll but didn't get spent?
Yeah, this is all departments countywide. So this includes sheriff, road, maintenance had positions open. I think most departments here have had open positions throughout the year. That's what's creating that. This number is what is affecting the general fund. So you could say that the $2 million that didn't roll over at the beginning of the year in the general fund has been pretty much cut in half. The next thing that I wanted to touch on, and then this will kind of wrap up into one conclusion, are the use of the road funds for the sheriff's office. When I first created this, I read some material and saw some other things in past budgets that led me to believe that in the past it had been used for the jail in addition to the patrol. Since then, I looked at the ORS, and it states pretty clearly that it's a bit of a stretch for it to be used for the jail. And I'm just going to read a few bits of the ORS. And this is the ORS expending road fund monies for certain counties for patrolling. It says monies in a county's road fund and expending for patrolling under subsection 1 of this section may be used solely for direct costs and indirect costs associated with patrolling. So that's what we're looking at, is direct costs and indirect costs. So direct costs, that's probably pretty self-explanatory. It's anything dealing with patrolling. So any of the expenses within the patrol department would be considered a direct cost, and that's how that can be funded there. Indirect costs means costs incurred for common or joint objectives that are not direct costs. So that could mean, well, I believe that means communications department, they can be used for at least part of that. And maybe there's a stretch that you could use it for jail. Yeah, exactly. If a patrol picks somebody up and tosses them in the jail, then maybe you have a case there, but it's a very small portion.
And when you look back historically, at one point, $149,000 was used as the road reserve for the jail. And that's all that's ever gone into the jail from the road reserve was $149,000.
Okay.
Could you come up to the microphone and repeat that figure?
What Captain said is that historically 149,000 has been used in for the jail out of the road funds, and that's it. So
is that like an average, maybe? The times that you've had to use those funds for the jail?
No, it's been used once.
Just once, thank you.
Once.
And so yesterday, Captain kind of stated this, and I agreed with him that it really can't be used for the jail. Now, what implications does this have on the current budget? As I've said, I budgeted $2.1 million for the jail. That can't be used. Road funds can't be used to backfill that department's needs. We can, however, use backfill the $1 million that communications has. Okay. But hopefully you guys see where I'm going with this. If we can't use road funds for the jail of $2.1 million for the road fund or for the jail, we can't use if we can't use $2.1 million of road reserves for the jail, but we can use $1 million of it for communications, that means we have $1 million shortfall right now. Okay. We've heard.
Excuse me, Brent. How are you filling the communication spot before? Where did that money come from?
General fund.
Okay, so you're just saying we'd have 100,000 or $1 million left in the general fund then, if we don't use it for communication.
What am I saying there? No, okay. What I'm saying is, so the communications department is, if we play with some numbers here, and we say, we can't use road funds for the jail, that's $2.1 million, so we take that out. We can use it for the communications department, so we'll backfill communications department by $1 million from the road fund. And so you're right, the general fund will have $1 million sitting in there. That will go to backfill the jail, but it will be short $1 million, because what we really need is $2. Okay. So we've heard it talked about for a little while now. You know, what are we going to do when the road fund is gone, when the road reserves are gone? Well, they're not gone, but I think we're seeing that issue right now. We have $1 million shortfall, and we can't use road funds to backfill it. One of the options that we have, and we discussed this briefly yesterday or the other day, ARP can be used for it, as well as additional to help prolong and save the road funds. Commissioner Pass said he's not really for using them. Commissioner Herzog said that he's okay with using them, and Commissioner Boyce is concerned about them. One of his concerns is that it's a one-time thing. So we use the ARP money this year to fill this $1 million shortfall. What do we do next year? Expenses haven't changed substantially from last year to this year. In fact, they've decreased. General expenses have decreased by $500,000. It's our payroll that's increasing, that's contributing to the problem, or to the problem of lack of revenues. So just so I think Ed had a good idea yesterday, and that was a lot of the line items he's noticed are just direct copies from last year's budget with no real substantiated reason for it other than that's what it was last year, and it's there kind of as an in case. We should look closer at some of those items. I don't think that's substantially going to cut into a $5.8 million budget gap. But the focus there should be on general fund, because that's what's going to help us. Cutting from building isn't going to improve the $5.8 million budget gap. Brainstorming ideas on how to access restricted funds could help us in those self-sustaining departments. Now, we already have funds coming out for admin fees and other IGSs for vehicle services and some things like that. But I guess that's one reason we're here, is to brainstorm some other ideas on how we might accomplish some of those goals, so that we can, it's not just about finding $1 million now, and it hasn't always been about that, but now we have an actual $1 million that we have to figure out how to fund, whether it's ARP or some other way. But those are the points I really wanted to get across. I wanted to be very clear about, now that we've gone through all the department presentations, where we're at and what we need to do to move this budget forward. So with that being said, what questions are there?
Just
go ahead.
Just for clarification, just on this one issue with the jail, yeah, if we move it to communications, and that leaves us $1 million in the hole for a year, but the ARP funds don't need to be used this year. They're good until 2024, I believe. So if we decided that this was the priority, we could fund for 2 years on this, and then by then hopefully we have a special district or a sheriff's levy, and then.
Yeah, that is an option. If you want to say, all right, we will take let's just put in the, I don't know, $1 million, right? If we put in $1 million for communications, that means we have $4.6 million is our budget gap, and we are, and we need to come up with $1 million. If we say, okay, let's use ARP money for that, for this year, and let's save the rest for the following year, that is an option. But another thing you have to consider is, you know, there's projects that come up all the time that you know, I mean, I don't know how many proposals the board has seen trying to use those ARP funds. Now, this is just something I've heard, but well, I'm not going to go there. But my point being is that just there's no guarantees that the ARP money will be there for the following budget year.
That's a good point.
Even if it's slated for that. So, what I would suggest in that case then is use all the ARP money and don't use so much road fund money. The road fund money will be there the following year. But again, now we have that issue of how are we going to fund that $1 million the next year. It's a complicated issue and not an easy one to fix either. I think I quoted you on this before, but last year you said, you know, it's a revenue issue that should have been worked on 5 years ago. And that's kind of where we're at, is we need something 5 years ago. Because TLT has been a great asset to the county, but as you saw, how much of that is spendable?
$500,000 of it.
About $500,000 of it.
But
Go ahead.
if I could, I mean, we have identified right now close to $3 million, let's say, that is money from this current budget cycle that may not be used. I'm not saying it won't be, but I'm saying it may not be used. And I know that budgets are never actual until July 1st of this year. The 2022 budget won't be, numbers won't be actual. But we've identified $900 and some thousand from that we haven't used from payroll, and we've got 2.3 million there, of which Rich has only used 540,000 of. So let's say that goes, you know, let's say that stays at $1 million. I mean, that's well in excess of $2 million that is budgeted that may roll forward. We've also got, if you can go to the road funds budget, which is, these are things that we're still going to talk about with Rich, but he's got the equipment that he was going to buy of $800 and some thousand that he identified for this year that he's only used $160,000. There's $660,000 or $630,000 that I don't think that all comes forward, but some of that does. The $2.25 million for heavy equipment that he has budgeted for this year, that's money that if we, and I know he needs some of that, but if we can cut some issues or some of that dollars there, that will contribute to the general. Some of that will come back to the general fund.
None of it comes back.
Well, put it this way, not to the general fund, but it won't come out of the road reserves, is what it won't do. So, you know, the Morrill Bridge thing, I think he said he's still waiting for the money from that, and that's $1 million that we're waiting on.
Right.
That hasn't been paid yet. So, I mean, I know it looks gloom and doom, but there are things that, as we all know, a budget is not real dollars until the day after the end of the budget.
And there's projected money there. There's a lot of projected money there. So,
and just to be clear, anything that Rich doesn't use here is going to roll forward and stay in the road fund and preserve the road reserves.
Right.
If this number is cut to what he's actually going to spend for next budget cycle, that balance goes into the road reserves.
Right. Which is a potential fix this year. This year.
But we still have the 5.8, is that your point?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if immediate action isn't taken, we're in a big problem next year.
Would you say it's gloom and doom?
I wouldn't say gloom and doom. I'd say it's a problem that's got to be fixed.
Okay.
And it's time sensitive. We have a window of time to do that, which is why I'm making the choices I'm making. Because it's got to stop.
We had a great conversation yesterday, this 6, and you heard me say at lunch, we've had some very good budget committee, but this is one of the best. And I really believe that. I would encourage you to go back and look at my budget message, May 10th last year, and I tried to give some warning, and it's pretty deliberate. Commissioner Pash silenced me. The next day, you admonished me a little bit. The point is this notion that we somehow balance a budget, and you keep saying it, we balance the budget without using road fund reserves in 2021. That's why I commented to the captain there. Without using road fund reserves is just an awfully inaccurate statement, and that's how we got here. And I think the evidence is as clear as it can be. This notion we keep saying we don't have a revenue problem or a spending problem, we have a revenue problem. The facts don't match that. If you want me to go over it again, I will. And the reason I would do that and feel morally obligated to do that is because that's how we got here. You can't run from, none of us can run from our records, how we got here. It looks like Roadmaster Christensen, he said some things to an elected public official I don't think he should have said at all. But it looks like he's right. And there still was a movement to have him removed. If we get under $20 million, yeah, he's right. 5 million just went down, just evaporated. So the meeting we had yesterday gave me some incredibly good renewed spirit. But the people look at this, you see how tough our job's going to be? No matter how hard we work, no matter how hard we try and convince them, no matter how hard we try and build their trust, it's a major mountain to climb. I'll climb it because if I don't, we're not going to have safe streets in this county. And that means as much to me as anyone. And I know that this board feels that way, this committee feels that way. So we're talking millions of dollars here. Maybe it's not gloom and doom. We've got some very responsible people here that I'm thankful for. But I know how we got here. And again, we can't run from our records, so where do we start? How do we roll up our sleeves?
Brad, you had a comment?
No, I'll pass, thanks.
I think as a committee, we got to come up with some things. So are we going to use some ARP funds or no ARP funds or a lot of ARP funds? I think we need to find the consensus on that. I think what Director Ruckert says, are we going to go through some of these budget items, these things that are thousands of dollars that just get passed from year to year, but maybe nobody ever touches? Are we going to address those? We want to address those, especially in the ones that you said that are in taking from general fund. Is that, and is the board especially interested if we limit departments on their spending? Because if you're going to try and balance this by limiting spending, people are going to come in here to talk to you week after week to say, can I get this approved? Which is what we do in the city of Brookings a lot of times. If somebody has a major project, they got to come before council and we got to approve it.
Good business.
Well, it works in a business. I don't know if it works for y'all, but
what works in your city council?
We get to address purchase by purchase, I think it's anything over $20,000.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do that for new employees too. You know, you could say if a department head comes and says, I need to do that, we don't have to decide that today because they might not be able to hire for 8 months. But when they could come to you, let's say in November, and say, this position, we've left it unfilled, we've saved a lot of money for the county, but now we really need it. And I'm asking you to approve this position because it doesn't allow for in our most recent budget. Is that something that you want to address, or do you just want to give department heads authority, keep the budget, elevated so they have the authority to do that on their own? But that's, I mean, a business person would say, bring it to me, it's cash management. Government, I don't know.
Commissioner Pash?
We already have limits on what department heads can spend without board approval, and no hires are allowed without board approval as well, so.
So if it's a budgeted position, can they come in and hire somebody if they've already budgeted it?
They still have to get board approval and give us a reason why they need that person. It's not a carte blanche that we just need to sign off on it.
Okay, because what I've seen sometimes it's in your budget so you can do it. And so I don't know if...
Even when we had a director of operations, she wasn't even allowed to do that. It still had to come to the board.
Okay.
No hiring, no firing, and no, any budget issue. I think it was at one point 10,000. I think it's down to 5 now. Is all they can do without board approval.
Okay, so the captain comes in and he wants to hire a new deputy. He's got to come to you for...
Sheriff's Department is the only organization that does not have to do that.
Okay. Okay.
And I think the board's been okay with that.
I do want to say that for budgeted positions, oftentimes they are hired. The job offer is made before the board receives the order, I guess.
And it's at the end of the meeting. But so you're right.
I don't know.
So I think we could start here, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Compensation board. I'm going into my 6th year or whatever, and I feel like I've really earned a raise. But the money's not there. I think we need a absolute wage freeze where it is right now. No exceptions, without board approval, maybe even without budget committee approval. So I know a lot of work went into that. I know we don't fare well with other counties. Yeah, we all could use a cost of living. But I don't know how you could walk away from trying to earn that trust back from the people if, in fact, we're going to work on that law enforcement levy, if, in fact, we're going to look at a consumption tax, whatever route we decide to go. So I would recommend that to the board, that we have an absolute wage freeze, no exceptions.
Brad, do you have a comment?
Yeah, so the problem with the wage freeze is that in union contracts, it states what raises they get each year. So probably the better approach to that is all the union negotiations are coming up, and go into those negotiations with the whole idea of the budget in mind.
Director Ricker, we have gone, again, the 5 years I've been here, we have gone above and beyond because we wanted to take good care of our employees. There's not been a lot of fighting about that. One time, there was threats of a strike or something, and that was short-lived. So I got a clear conscience there. The money's not there. We're fighting to keep as many of these jobs as we can in unbelievable circumstances. We need to buy some time. So I'll deal with the unions. I'll do my responsibility. I'm not saying I'll be successful, but I'll do my best.
But the problem is, as far as right now, this cycle, we have union agreements already in place that are contracts. You can't violate those contracts by not giving the union employee a COLA or raise when they're supposed to get one per the contract. You can't violate that language of the contract. My issue.
So we're going to be personally liable.
My issue with raises for some of this is, as Commissioner Boyd said, that he would even make it that the budget committee has to approve it. The budget committee didn't approve some of the raises that this board later approved. So why would we need to, I mean, we can't expect this budget committee to lay down what they think is supposed to be, and that as a board, then we change it. And I understand things happen, but last year we voted for very limited raises for a couple of people, and then the board went ahead and changed them anyway, and disregarded the work of the committee.
The negotiations that the director has referenced here, what effect do those negotiations have on the existing contracts? Can the contract be novated or to some extent with respect to raises?
Not on unions, I don't believe so. County council would be the one to answer that.
Yeah, no, we can't really go back on the contracts that we've already have in place. For the roads department, the sheriff's department, those negotiations are starting now, will be concluded before the contract with them expires at the end of the fiscal year. So we'd be talking about raises, not for this coming July, but it would be a year from now and, for the next 2 or 3 years.
Office expires the end of June 30th.
Right.
So there's nothing budgeted nothing in the contract for July 1. So once we settle a contract, whatever that gives goes forward, but it starts July 1. If we don't settle, what happens is it goes retro back to July 1 of this year. So if we go into negotiations and it takes 9 months to settle a contract, it goes retroactive. Whatever ends up being settled goes retroactive back to July 1. So but the contract for the sheriff's office expires at the end of June, and so then it stays status quo. So nothing changes and that's just according to labor law. It stays status quo throughout the negotiations until it's settled.
Commissioner Patch.
I mean, we're talking about finding dollars here, and again, I personally don't believe that it's going to be as crushing as it is on those pages right now, because we've already identified some things that are inflated, let's say, that are going to come back down to reality on July 1st. But I think it's time. I mean, if we want to talk about paying our bills here, and I know Commissioner Boyce and I have gone back and forth over the years. He thinks it's a spending problem. I think it's a revenue problem. But we have to find a way to raise revenue in this county. It's all going to start with an educational process for the people of this county to understand we're a rural county and we can only get so much money. The federal government, the state keeps cutting back on, what they've given us over the years, and timber resource, all that is gone. So we've got to find a way to make this county sustainable, because if we don't, we know what's going to happen. And I know there's people out there that don't believe that the state will come in and take over this county if we become indigent, and they will do that. And so I think part of this is going to be an educational process for the citizens of this county to understand we need to raise more revenues, and how do we do that? And put 4 things on a ballot and say, you guys pick the one that you can live with the best, but we've got to get something on a ballot this year, because we can't, like you said, we can't continue. Next year we're going to have the same shortfalls, and I'm not for spending road fund dollars either. So how do we protect that? Let's get some things rolling, because it's been getting kicked down the road for way too long.
So we have really 2 problems. We have the immediate problem in front of us, which is the $1 million general fund deficit. And then we have the longer term problem, which is what are we going to do between now and November to correct next year's budget, if we can. So let's focus on right now and the $1 million so there's projected money for things that are purchased, right? Equipment, other things that are purchased. Do we have to have those? How committed are we? Can we stop it? Say, no, we're not going to get it? And will that save $1 million?
Yep. As a budget committee, you guys can decide that. What's needed, what is it? Well, you work with the departments.
So then my question is there something within those projected items that we can cancel that saves us $1 million? Then we don't use ARP money, and our general fund is balanced.
I would think we could come up with $1 million. Be tough, but that's probably
You may have to pull up the budget, the gross budget for the last.
Isn't that what you're recommending?
Well,
What
I
our actual
mean,
budget-
Mr.
our
Christensen's
budget
not here,
was
but
for the last 3
he
years,
had,
and it was
what,
19,
how much was it, Ed?
20,
Projected, it was, do you remember what it was? It's
Right,
like-
that's all I want to see is
What do you want it for?
the final number for everything. Was it 30 million, 20 million, or 20 some odd million was the total budget? General fund, the entire budget.
I don't have those numbers.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
What, on the,
I have
addressing that,
What are last year's, yeah?
That's what it was last year, so that's $65 million, which is about the same as it is this year.
So that's a problem for me. It was, our total budget last year was about 65 million, and it's about the same this year. Yet we're digging into the road fund $5 million. What happened?
Again, last year we were digging into a 4.7 million.
Right.
And then we had $2 million that didn't come over that we expected to.
But some of that, I believe, is gonna wash back in.
Yeah, I don't believe that the full $4.7 million is gonna come out of the road fund. As I've shown, there's $1 million in payroll. That's going to help out. Last year, and it seems like many of the previous years, but last year I was here, most departments came in under what was budgeted. I seem to remember that there was 1 or 2 departments that came in a little over, but don't quote me on that. Most departments came in under budget. And if you look at expenses for this year so far, this is as of the end of February. First line on there, BOPTA, they're 31% of their budget, 67% of the way through the year. You can look at the departments there, but all the green shows that they're substantially under budget. Red shows that they're over budget. Most everything's green. So if I had to guess, I would guess that departments are going to come in under budget again this year. I don't know what kind of numbers those translate to.
So, Mr. Chair, in November, I asked the board to hire a company for $45,000, highly recommended within the state, close connection with the state, just audit. Not only would they audit and tell us how we got here, per Commissioner Pash's question, how did we get here? For $45,000, they not only would have run that program, they would have said, here's what you got to do. Here's what you need to do. Couldn't get another vote. And one commissioner said, that's irresponsible that you even propose that. So I'm just a little bit aggravated with 2 years of taking the IRS funds, getting the road fund reserves down under 20 million. It kind of got accelerated a little bit in how we got here.
Right, well.
So I wish we'd have had that audit. I think we'd be in a much different position right now.
Well, that didn't happen, and we have this, and we got to fix this. So
maybe we can hire him now.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So what I hear Commissioner Pash doing and Mr. Alcorn doing, it sounds like you reduced our deficit down to $1 million by saying the road department's not spending their money. as they thought. But I mean, what I'm looking at is the sheriff's budget is still taking 2.6 million for patrol. You have $1 million already in communications from the road department. When you were transferring another $1 million into communications, or what, was this communications for a different department?
No, communications is for the sheriff's department. But if we backing up just a little bit, we can't use road funds for the jail, so we use them for communications.
But it's already in the budget here, right?
Yeah, I have. Yes, it is in that budget.
Okay. So it's already in here. So the $2 million that was up there, you're going to take $1 million off of that, put it in communications, but you've already put $1 million in communications out of the road fund. So is that money going back to the road fund?
Yeah, so what'll happen is you take this $2 million out. Maybe let's just go step by step.
Okay.
You take $2 million out of the jail, put it back to the road fund. Now that road fund is plus $2 million. Take $1 million of that, put it toward communications. So it leaves $1 million plus $1 million in the road fund. You take that amount that was slated for communications and move that to the
But what I'm seeing is that the $1 million for communications was already, oh, wait a minute, no, you're right. It's coming out of the general fund. I got it. No, I was misreading that.
And now that $1 million goes to the jail instead of the communications.
Right.
Right.
I got it. Okay.
And so there's $1 million more to make up in the jail.
Okay.
And that's where this discussion is centering around. How do we get that other $1 million?
Okay. But you're still taking $1 million out for sheriff's out of the road fund for sheriff's communications then, and 2.6 million out for patrol. So you're at a little over $3.6 million from the road fund.
Yes, for sheriffs. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So Director Ricker, just, excuse me. Do you know what the road fund reserves would be? I won't hold you to this figure because I know it's not an easy task, but what would the balance then be if we were to go that route?
I think it'll depend on what else we do up here in the road fund, or road department. Pat talked about, and Rich talked about yesterday, $2.2 million for kind of a 3-year plan. That's in there the way I understand it, because he's not sure what he's going to be able to buy. He wants to be able to have, what I understood him say is that he put $2.2 million in there to buy stuff that he didn't get to buy this year, to buy the stuff he was planning on buying next year, and maybe get ahead of the game and buy stuff for the previous year, or for the next year.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 years of spending is right here, and
that was my point. So what if we don't buy that stuff?
exactly. The majority of this, some portion of this probably will not be able to be used because he can't get what he wants to order. So let's just say that's $2 million. Let's just throw that number out there. Then that's $2 million back into the road reserves, essentially. So, to pinpoint a number, I don't know. I think this number here, this $20 million rollover, is going to be $21 million.
Okay.
So going back to that, the point that you just made, which was, it was 2 point what?
2.25.
Okay, so 2.25. So let's cut that by $1 million and make it 1.25. And
the 890 that he's got for this year, he said he's only spent 160,000 of, so there's another 630,000.
So,
and that's what I'm saying, we need to talk to him about all that
yeah,
before we can have a final.
which is, yeah, that's.
So if you change this number to 1.25, if this 3.5, almost 3.5 isn't spent, because as we saw earlier, the actuals was only $500,000 that was spent. This 3.5 is going to roll over into this year's budget. You're going to see that right
his
there, you're
budget's
gonna
gonna
see,
go up,
you know, $5 million, I don't know how much, $3.5 million roll over to there. So you have to take this number plus this 20 million down here and add them together. And that's how you kind of see what that number is. But yeah, just to look at this number and say $20 million in the road reserves, it isn't completely accurate, because
I understand.
There's more money in those funds.
So really,
You did good.
on the immediate problem, which is the $1 million, if Rich comes in here and we can talk to him about what we cannot purchase, then that could make up that $1 million, correct?
It gives the road fund $1 million more, but you can't use a road fund to fund the jail. That's the issue we're having. Is we need $1 million from the general fund to fund the jail. The road fund can't fund the jail.
Do me a favor, Brett. Go to the income for the sheriff's line item right now.
And which
Cappy? Cap? You need to come up here.
I'm just gonna offer a suggestion where you get $500,000 from TLT. TLT's, part of it goes to the operations of the sheriff's office, right?
500 of it, yeah.
Jail is part of the sheriff's office. Look at where that's budgeted, maybe you can move that around, maybe that'll give you $500,000 that you can make up somewhere else legally.
So it's going to Civil Criminal Patrol. We're already short $2.6 million in there, and that's coming out of the road fund. So to move that $500,000 of TLT, if I understand what you're saying, moving that $500,000 of TLT out of patrol
To revenue to the jail.
to the jail, I got you.
Okay?
Okay.
That is using the TLT money for the operations of the sheriff's office, but then that allows other monies to be used.
To
That's
fund
just
the patrol.
Something to consider.
Is that, can we do that?
I have an appointment that I have to go to. Sorry, I wanted to help as much as I could.
You did. Thank you.
But anyways.
I think that is possible. We have to look at how the order is written. If it just says to the sheriff's office, then it could theoretically be moved around wherever it is. But it is discretionary revenue
Okay.
that can be used.
So then we're at $500,000.
You're at 500,000.
Explain that to me again. So right now you have in the Sheriff's Patrol Office $449,000 from TLT revenues.
Yes.
So you're saying move that to the jail?
Yeah.
Don't replace it with anything?
What will the concept here is we can use road funds in the jail.
And
We can use road funds in patrol. Okay, so right now there's $500,000 of TLT going to patrol.
Right.
If we move that to the jail, and then that allows us to backfill that $500,000 from the road fund, because it's road fund to patrol.
So instead of taking 2.6 million, take 3.1 million.
Right.
It seems to me like we're, I'm glad the roadmaster is saving money. If he's saving money by delaying purchases and everything, that's good. But we're not solving the problem of depleting the road fund or using road funds for the sheriff. Now I know we probably can't do that in one session of this meeting, but it seems like we're still giving as much money out of the road funds as we were last week and the week before.
Could you pull up, do you have on this at all, the total taxes collected for the county?
While they're doing that, may I? This is what you call local control. This is what we are elected for. Would we be breaking the law by using it as jail, even partially as jail? Because we know that's a great need. I'll argue with the state on that. I don't think anybody's going to go to jail or be accused of
Theoretically.
Wrongdoing. The intent is what? The intent is to solve the problem here.
Essentially, what the budget committee here has addressed pretty much is not so much ways to raise revenue, And as far as expenses are concerned, we have endeavored to attempt through the department heads to reduce them. Whether that'll turn out or not remains to be seen. Essentially, where we are right now, the key to success in the current budget year, or the follow-on, is to massage money, is to make reclasses in order to make this work within this. So obviously the budget committee's job is to make sure that things fit. And there are many ways to do that, and we're attacking one of them, but obviously that can't last. But it's a positive step in our environment. I was trying to take from Mr. Schreiber's comment about what it is that we are doing right now, and to recognize that, the attempts to
Go ahead, Chris.
make this appropriate.
And it's one of the things we talked about yesterday here. Again, I just did a rough calculation of well in excess of $30 million was collected in taxes this year, property taxes. We get, what was it, 1.9 million?
1.9.
The whole county gets, including law enforcement, everybody gets $1.9 million.
Out of 30 million.
Out of over 30 million. That's how messed up the special district thing is. That's how messed up it is.
I would go on, Commissioner Pash, in the city of Brookings, they get less than, that's county-wide. City of Brookings, I pay $3,000 in property tax, and I think the county gets maybe 100, something like that.
Yeah, the city gets more than the county
Right.
does. How can you have law enforcement when you only get 6 cents on the dollar?
And I would also, I mean, we're talking about moving around money to meet the criteria that we have to meet. But I would also argue that the jail is part of patrol. It's part of that. I would argue that.
Ancillary part of it, yes.
I don't know that that's a correct interpretation of. I don't know that separating the jail, the functions of the jail is not. I mean, the jail is part of patrol.
And I would tend to agree, but it's how much of that jail is part of patrol.
Well,
it's definitely an indirect cost of patrol, and the ORS does allow for that. How much of the jail is part of patrol?
Well, if it's 50%, that covers the deficit.
Yeah. Well, as we were talking about that, and Captain's back there, you guys didn't see. That was his estimate.
Yeah, I think you can work that out with your communications idea, and we can move the numbers around with TLT, and maybe that's a safe way to go, because there's a reason the legislature put patrol in there and not just department.
Agreed.
So,
but by moving $500,000 of that, so by moving $500,000 as recommended, that cuts that in half. That's obviously within the statute. So now we're talking about $500,000, and I mean, are we? That's a different percentage of the jail being part of patrol. So.
And so that's definitely an option. We still have ARPs to look at as an option. Another option is there's the marijuana money that's sitting there. That is there to fund sheriff's office. So
Okay.
It's been building. It hasn't been used for a whole lot.
What's the amount of marijuana money?
Well, I'm estimating about $500,000 to roll over to next year.
Okay.
Now, again, that's a one-time thing. It's been building for some amount of time.
No, they could always change the law on that, but there is
replenish.
some security to that on an annual basis, I think. I don't.
It does replenish.
It's going to go down, though, because of the illegal growth, but anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
But we're also trying to fix this immediate problem.
Yes.
Right? And the fix for this immediate problem is transferring money from one account to another account, essentially. And so if those two accounts will accommodate that need, I don't know why we don't do that.
I think you're gonna be about 75,000 short, but you could definitely fill that for the jail that's that little bit Cappy said.
Right.
Now, also remember in all these discussions that we had people come up and ask for more than what was budgeted. And I've also talked about some payroll changes that need to happen. All that's going to change the numbers,
Yeah.
albeit not substantially, but
Those are going to be much less significant than the $1 million, the $1 million that needs to be moved in the appropriate accounts, if you will.
I just want people to keep that in mind as
Yeah.
we say, oh, it should be, $100,000, and then it comes back at $150,000, whatever it is.
I'd like to address just revenue too, because you say we get 7% TLT tax, right? Moving that to 9%, if we took in $1.576 million,
That's 300,000.
$450,000 extra by moving that up 2 percentage points. If we don't get more short-term rentals and stuff, which we're going to get more short-term rental revenue.
That's
an
the vote of the
extra.
people.
To me, it's an easy $500,000 in the next year as long as we enforce it.
But those only pay out to restricted funds other than the sheriff. But again, this board could move how much goes to restricted funds versus what goes to the sheriff's department. As long as it doesn't go to the general fund, that's what the voters voted in. They, not the general fund, but they don't want it to be spread out for all departments. They wanted it isolated to the fairgrounds, for community development and the sheriff's department. So if we get an extra $500,000, that could be dedicated into the sheriff's department.
But I think the ORA, Anthony, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the ORA states that 70% of it has to go to tourism. And then the other 30% is discretionary.
Right.
So 30% of that extra $500,000.
30% of that would be $135,000.
So that's an additional amount, small amount. Again, like I said, the TLT tax is great for the county, but as far as supporting general fund departments, it doesn't help out a lot.
No, but what it does is relieve burden off of the general fund.
That's what I'm saying. It helps out.
Right.
All right,
But
so,
not as much.
Between now and Thursday, so we're gonna be off tomorrow. So between now and Thursday, Brad, if you move those two accounts and then rework those numbers, and then we have Mr. Christensen come in on Thursday and we further discuss those projected numbers, then from those two, we should have a pretty good idea of where the general fund sits and what the actual amount is that's going to come out of the road funds, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is that a good plan moving forward then?
I would like to, if you're going to examine what the road fund is, so you're saying, what are they actually going to spend this year, right?
Correct.
Right.
What's the actual number, not the projected number?
Right, and as relates to how much, what we can do for the sheriff's department, right?
That's going to relate to road funds.
Okay, but I would say take the sheriff's department, because what they, just in personnel services, well, if you take the whole thing, total of the just patrol was 3.184. Do we know if, because they were short some employees, do we know if that's going to be significantly less?
Well, and that's how we have the $1 million from this year, is that it was budgeted employees that we never got, or budgeted things that we never did. The sheriff's department, I think, is about $300,000 down on what they budgeted for this year.
Okay.
And that's included in that number.
Okay.
And that's included in that $900 and some thousand number.
So you're saying the sheriff's department, at least patrol here, was 3.1. You're saying they're down about 300,000?
Somewhere in there, 300,000 to 400,000, somewhere in there.
So maybe they're like 2.7, 2.8. I didn't even look at the jail. Jail was, total budget was, last year approved was 2.1. So it was 2.1 for patrol. No, 3.1 for patrol and 2.1 for jail. But I don't know if the jail is going to come in under budget?
We can look at we can guess. So their salaries 64% of normal, or 64%. So that's right in line with what it should be. Expenses are lower, 54%. So
they're a little bit under.
Yeah, a little bit under. You know, if they, let's say they end at 60% for the year, what is that?
100,000 basically.
Yeah. So yeah, they're going to come in right about budget.
Yeah. And again, going back to my question for the Board of Commissioners, you know, do you want, not just for this department, but do you want to budget, as a budget committee member, I want to know, do you want a budget? Does everybody want a budget for a situation where people come to you to ask for things to be approved, or do you want to budget for people that just take it, you know, out of the general fund, out of the road fund, and you can do what you want with your budget? How much control do you want to have? And I think that's a really important question, because if you want to be hands-off and just give departments their money and fly with it,
Well,
that's different.
If I may, you know, as commissioners, we're held accountable, and if we can't, I mean, that's like being a minority shareholder in a corporation. You know, you share in the liability, but you don't have a say in taking on that responsibility. I don't know if control is the right word. Maybe responsibility is the correct word.
I'm not following what you're saying, Ed. They already have a mechanism in place to monitor a lot of that. So I'm not, are you talking about each line item? Is that what you're talking about?
No, what I'm talking about is cut the budgets down, and some departments did this. We saw that in the last couple of days. Some really took it seriously. Some of them are just status quo. If you want to keep the lid and keep the budget down as low as possible, then the obvious mechanism is that when people want to go over budget, they come to you and they say, you know, this isn't in our budget. Is the county willing to fund this? To me, if I was in business and I was running a business that was deeply in the red, I would say, before anybody charges anything, let the treasurer know, let the accountant department know, so we can get it approved. But that's my business background.
I wanted to sort of add to that from a commercial perspective, and of course it applies to municipal as well, or vice versa, is that with respect to budget control in the environment that we're in a loss scenario, is that we want department heads to keep within their budgets, of course, but based on the restrictions, because of our budget shortfall, is that big ticket items should require, let's say, approval. So, for example, you know, whenever you're buying an asset, there's something called a capitalization limit. So if there's something not necessarily extraordinary, but because we are in a budget shortfall, is that trying to control budgets, we would say department heads, if they're going to spend more than $10,000 on a particular one item that was budgeted, but we want to have more say-so concerning the spending on that. So I would see some sort of a limit applied to department heads. Is I think
That's what I'm talking about.
I think what Mr. Schreiber is saying.
Yeah.
Here.
What I'm saying is, so somebody has budgeted a new vehicle. Well, let's take it out of the budget and then have them come to you and say, I need a new vehicle. It's not in the budget. Can the county work this out so we can get it?
Well, if you go to the commissioner job description, I mean, the buck stops here. It's 4 pages of very precise responsibility from the executive, legislative, and the judicial branch of the whole thing. So you can either take that seriously or you don't. And that's been part of the issue here, is the county administrator position, director of operation, whatever. That whole job description becomes null and void. And the people say, how did this happen? Well, because I couldn't get another vote, or this person, whatever, so.
That is very well taken, and that's why I was being sensitive to raising some sort of a limit in the environment that we're in. But that's the other side of the coin here, and I think it's well taken. So it's a balancing act, as usual.
All right.
I think the answer is no.
Well, I sort of had a motion on the table as far as a wage freeze. Do we,
well, you
pick
can
that up Thursday?
Well, I mean, as far as elected officials, that's easy. But contracts, you can't affect ongoing contracts.
Okay, I'm not convinced of that. Contract's a contract, okay, but it's just like the state of Oregon having an unfunded mandate with PERS. It's killing us. It is absolutely killing us. So are we going to go toe-to-toe with them and the unions? Or are we just going to say, okay, we'll take everything that's left in the road fund reserves, and 4 years from now, there'll be no county left if we don't, so I don't mean to be pessimistic or short-tempered, but the unions have to understand that if they push too hard, we'll lose employees. And that's the last thing that we want to happen here.
Well, and that's
And
true.
services.
That's true for upcoming and ongoing negotiations. But correct me if I'm wrong. But if there's a contract in place and you violate the contract, there's consequences to that.
It'd
Correct?
be far worse than paying the wages. It's going to be punitive damages. And
So why would we violate a contract if we don't have the money? We just say, here it is on the table, folks. I don't.
in our union negotiating, and when we have the contracts, we specify for the next 2 or 3 years what the cost of living adjustment is going to be. So we've said it's going to be 3% for these 3 years, and that's the contract the board agreed to. We signed it. We're going to be held legally liable for that. We can't just say, "Oops, we don't have any money. We're not going to do it this year." That's why we have a contract.
So okay, so that's 2 years out, maybe 3 years out, three different unions, 4 different unions.
They're up next year.
There's actually, like I said, roads and sheriffs will be this year, and then I think the other 2 are the next year.
Yeah, SCAE is next year, I know that.
Commissioner Herzog?
I was just going to say, the problem is we do have that road fund. And so the same way that the sheriff's office gets to use that, the state is going to say, yeah, you can't tell me you don't have any money because I've already said you can use it. And so it's a positive and a negative thing when it comes to negotiations. We got a contract. We're going to adhere to that contract, or else, because we really can't say we can't pay them.
Well, there's consequences to not adhering to the contract. So
yeah, the governor or whoever would say, no,
but
you got the money.
To your point, Mr. Boyce, the upcoming ongoing contracts, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But the ones that are in place, I think the consequences to violating those would be much greater than. That's a big problem.
And I'm betting the employees would say, in the long term, if you're fighting to keep my job for 10 years instead of 2 years or 4 years, I think they'd probably listen if our hearts are right place. No, I'm not recommending that we disregard a contract, but I appreciate the clarification there very much.
So, back to the issues that we currently face, what we have right now in front of us. It seems like we have a solution to address the general fund issue. And you'll rework those numbers. We'll have those when we come back on Thursday, and we can revisit Mr. Christensen's projected cost and see if we can adjust that to further, well, that's going to help the road funds, not the general fund. So those two things, one will address the general fund, one will address the road funds, and we can try to, through that mechanism, bring those back up.
And just to clarify, the adjustments that I'm making are not only the ones in the sheriff's office, but all the other little ones.
Right.
That
So
we
we'll have a much firmer number when you come back on Thursday through that adjustment process.
And one other thing to think about between now and then are those ARP funds. that can be used to help with the budget gap and further the road funds.
Right, and that's, we need to think about that. And then Mr. Schreiber has asked you to think about the point that he just brought up, so that's something to process over the next day, and we can further discuss on Thursday.
The other thing I mentioned yesterday was budgeting in revenue from logging. I don't know if you've done that yet or intend to do that, and if that was the consensus, that we're going to log this year and have some income off of that.
Won't be this year.
You don't think so?
My only concern with adding revenues in for something like that is we don't have anything in place right now. It's been discussed a little bit, but beyond that, we don't have any kind of real numbers.
So there's no real firm plan to even project what that might be.
Exactly.
Okay, but that is something that could be on the table for future budgets.
Yes.
Okay.
We could have had a cruise by now. If we'd have taken action back in September, could have had a cruise and we'd have a very clear picture. Couldn't get another vote.
Well, Commissioner Pash said that the price is real high, right, for logging right now. I don't know why it would take so long to do.
I think actually that Planning Director Crockett is working on that right now to get a price.
Okay.
To get someone in place to go get a study on what's available on each parcel and how much of it's loggable that's viable, and if it's several different grades, what the value of those grades would be on each property.
I just don't understand that takes over.
So why don't we ask her to come back on Thursday and tell us where we're at on that, and if that's something that it's actually doable.
Okay.
So can you communicate that to her, Brad?
Yes, I'll do that.
Is the TLT tax, is that just a board decision to raise that, or is that something that has to go before?
Voters. The voters have to vote on that.
So an increase even on it?
Yes.
Okay.
And here she is.
Hi.
I missed part of it, but yeah, the board will look at a contract with Coos County at their April 6th meeting, potentially enter into that, and I expect that you guys will probably want to. That will trigger Coos County working on the first 34 acres that we have, and projected time frame for that is to have it logged by the end of June 2023. That's if it takes that long. We've also talked to South Coast about having them help us, as in move quicker, because when you let a timber sale, you typically give people a couple of years to actually implement the timber sale. So if they move quicker after we notify the sale, we could have the revenue in this next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Snappy, you're on it.
Go out and catch me.
You're telling me about I was completely unaware of the other two smaller sections, half sections, and you give me a little bit of information on that. Just the general condition of that timber, I mean, is it good condition? Is it accessible? What kind of permits? All the
You're talking about the parcels on the 6s?
That's correct.
There's 3 parcels on the 6s. There's a 40 acre, a 20 acre, and a 10 acre. And the 40 acre is pretty much, I don't want to say cruise, because that's probably not accurate in total. That one looks pretty good. The 10 and the 20 acres haven't been looked at yet.
Okay.
But from the aerial photos, it looks like they could be productive. Price of timber was up pretty high. It actually, the last week, it's gone back down, but stock market stays up. Timber usually goes up because people want to build and they feel comfortable proceeding forward, so could be good.
So the 38 acres, everything around has been logged. So we're behind. There's no reason to believe that it's not ready to go.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And there's something else. Again, this is what I used to call, where I'm from, they used to always say it was on the if come. So, but as we all know, the Fed is raising interest rates. And they're scheduled to raise them 2.8% this year. The next bump will be 50 basis points, and the following bump will be at least 50. They're actually afraid it may be 75 basis points. So they're saying by the end of the year, interest rates are going to be 2.8% higher than they are right now. Right now, I think we get 0.04% on the $30 million that's sitting in the bank. As those rates go, I know that the financial institutions are going to want to discount that money, but you may not get 2.8, we may get 2.2%, but 2% of 20 or $30 million sitting in the bank is a lot better than 0.04%. So
Right.
that's additional revenue that will happen. Will we be able to project that money into the budget? I don't know that the budget committee wants to do that because it's on the IFCOM, but that's substantial.
Yep.
I would say that it would probably be worth it, knowing that this 2.8 may very well pan out. The idea that the initial rate going up, what was 50 basis points?
They bumped it 25 basis points the other
25
day,
points.
but they're saying for sure it's going to go 50 and maybe 75% because of the hyperinflation, because of gasoline in the war.
Right. Well, what I'm thinking of is that this progression by the Fed is fairly well substantiated. There may be some changes, but obviously it's on an upward curve. So, budgeting for extra revenue, I think, would be appropriate.
I also believe next year it will go more than it's going to go this year. That's what Wall Street resources say.
Right.
This isn't going to be fixed in 6 months or a year. This is going to, commodities are going to be flying for the next couple of years.
And just for
You want to
information-
summarize, Mr. Chair, what, again?
Okay, so,
I was gonna
did
say-
you have more comment?
Yeah, just for information on the interest, the Road Capital Improvement Department has received $86,000 as of February for interest, and it's budgeted at $150,000 for interest. So, looks like the budget numbers are in there too, that reflect that.
All right. So to summarize, Brad's going to rework these numbers, move those funds around, rework the numbers. Mr. Christensen will come in on Thursday. We'll talk to him about some of the projected costs and see if we can change some of those to impact the actual number of the road funds. And Brad will have firmer numbers for us on Thursday.
I know we're all trying to get out of here, but just a quick question. Do we have contracts with providers like Coos Curry Electric and Curry Transfer that generate revenue for the county?
With CTR, we do get a percentage of of their fees, and Coos Curry, we do receive
Capital credits?
We receive, this is labeled taxes, so I assume that's what it is, taxes from the co-op.
Are those negotiations in the next year or so?
I'm not sure when they are.
It's every year, there's capital credits paid on margins of 25 years ago, so.
Well, I know talking to the city manager at City of Brookings, that's something that, we look at very carefully and, for the benefit of our citizens, making sure that those negotiations are fair, and we try to negotiate hard for a better thing for city residents. And I don't know if the county takes that same approach in trying to get the best possible deal and possibly, in this case, get more revenue, get a better split of the revenue. Because I know with one provider that we have at the city, they got a really good deal last time around, but we're negotiating this next year, and it's going to be a significant bump in our revenue if we take it up to where it should be.
How many board members are there?
I think, Ed, so the co-op is a nonprofit.
Right.
Yeah, so there's, all the margins that are given back to the members on a rotation. So it's not like an investor-owned,
Well,
So-
but do they pay a franchise fee to the county at all? Like your?
Oh, yeah, there's franchise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
city
those are
fran-
subject to negotiation.
Yeah, franchise fees, yes.
Right.
That's
a-
what Ed's
that's a-
talking about, is a franchise fees.
Yeah, it's a different animal than, okay.
Right. So I would urge, if those negotiations are coming up, and I know it's every few years with the city, that there could be potential revenue there.
Do we have franchise fees?
I don't see any franchise fees in here for the co-op, no. Just the taxes,
have
and
two
there's a note in
charters.
here saying, listing a few ORSs, so I
Charter.
assume that's just a fee based off those ORSs.
Well, we just had Beacon Broadband come in at the city, and so we're getting this,
That's
we're
right.
getting a share of
Yeah.
their revenue, which is not insignificant. If things go well for Beacon Broadband, it'll go really well for the city, so.
So you're essentially saying for any lines, any subscribers that Beacon Broadband has in the county, that we should have some negotiated
You should be
tax rate
getting revenue
or
from that.
something, just
We'll
like we
get
do
a
with
percentage.
CTR or CTR or.
Well, yeah, because they're
co-op.
making, CTR's making a ton of money getting all the trash. Why isn't the county getting some of that?
It's an understanding point. If the franchise taxes are increased, will that have the effect of the rates by these utilities also charging the taxpayers for that increase? I would assume it would be, however small or it may be.
Or what they might do is cut back their one, what did you just call it?
Capital credits?
Capital credits, they might just cut back on the credits because they're a nonprofit, they have to balance at the end of the year. So they might just cut back on capital credits rather than raise the rate.
True.
Any more discussion? Brad, you're clear on everything?
You got enough time?
Yeah, by tomorrow.
Oh, he's got plenty of time.
Work till midnight tonight.
I'll call you guys with questions.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, then we will adjourn and reconvene Thursday morning at 9. All right, sounds good. Thursday morning at 9.